Chapter 2739. Jiang Chen looked back at the divine continent. He could not help but sigh at how many things had happened in the past. The matter of the Yu clan had come to an end. Some people were destined to be buried in his memories. It was not that Jiang Chen was heartless, but some things should be kept in his heart. On his shoulders, there was a more important responsibility and mission, and his stubborn heart as an expert. Jiang Chen was worried about his father. He rushed back to the Linhe boundary and went straight to the profound Feng sect. What a protective formation! I never thought that a puny sect without even a single god king would be able to cast down such a terrifying formation. It really is enviable. Humph, Jiang Chen sneered. An old man with white hair and beard said faintly. His face was filled with wrinkles, but his aura was incomparably domineering, striking fear into the hearts of others. He was Dan Yingqing of the Divine Pill sect. His cultivation base was profound, and he had not appeared in the world for 3,000 years. He was currently in seclusion. However, his sect was destroyed, and even an expert like him could not sit still. It's surprising that the three of us couldn't break the sect guarding formation. Another skinny old man smiled and shook his head. He was Li Zhiyan of the Ghost Eye sect. Just like Dan Yingqing, he was also a peerless expert who had not come out for thousands of years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who had swept across the Linhe boundary and killed the three great sects, the people of the Linhe boundary, they might have stayed in seclusion until their deaths. Both of you, if I, Shenyuan Wuqiong, don't kill that bastard, I'm not a man. The red-faced elder shouted in a deep voice. The Clear Stream sect has suffered a great loss this time. The foundation of the sect has been destroyed. Old man Shenyuan, we have to work together against the enemy. Li Zhiyan said with a smile. His eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Chen had destroyed the foundation of the three sects and killed dozens of Divine King Realm experts. He was looking down on the entire Linhe boundary. Even the Reverend's clone of the 9 boundaries could not mediate the situation. It seemed like Jiang Chen was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He was going to make the entire Linhe boundary his enemy. Humph. I will make the Clear Stream sect pay with their blood. There's no need for the profound Feng sect to exist anymore. Shenyuan Wuqiong waved his hand. The entire profound Feng sect was in danger. The wind was howling and everyone was in danger. Although Jiang Chen had set up the sect-protecting grand formation, some of them still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would be able to stop all the experts that came from all directions. At least, these 3 experts had yet to break the formation, but their chi was too terrifying, countless times more terrifying than Jiang Chen. Their sect master looked extremely tiny in front of these 3 experts. Seniors, how did my Clear Stream sect defend the 3 of you? Xian Qingming said with a solemn expression. Although he had reached the late heavenly god realm, he was nothing in front of the 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. He did not even have the right to speak. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who caused the entire Linhe boundary to fall into a murderous atmosphere, Xian Qingming would never have the chance to talk to them. Strength was always the rule of the divine world. Those with strength would naturally have the right to speak. The 3 of them could shake the entire Linhe boundary. At this moment, Xian Qingming felt like he was facing a great enemy. Although Jiang Chen had said that the sect-protecting formation could withstand the attack of a hierarch realm expert, he was still anxious when the 3 hierarchs appeared in the profound Feng sect. Not only that, the entire sect was in a state of panic. A half-step hierarch was still a hierarch realm expert. A true hierarch realm expert was not allowed to be invaded. Don't tell me that these 3 experts are going to forcefully break through my sect's mountain gate? What should we do now? We're on the verge of death. Senior brother Jiang Chen has brought us great hope. However, fear and shock are still following us. Sigh. I wonder when senior brother Jiang Chen will come back. These 3 fellas seem to be determined to fight to the death. Can this sect-protecting formation really protect us? I'm not sure. However, I'm afraid that even the sect lord doesn't know what to do now. Everyone's heart tightened as they looked at the 3 insurmountable mountains. The 100,000 disciples of the profound Feng sect looked solemn, filled with anticipation and fear. Jiang Chen was able to rise up in the Linhe boundary. However, they were not Jiang Chen. That legend was a miracle that belonged to one person. I am the supreme elder of the Clear Stream sect, Shenyuan Wuqiong. Speak. Where is Jiang Chen? Shenyuan Wuqiong looked at Xian Qingming coldly. Lang Lang said as if he did not put anything in his eyes. The entire profound Feng sect was in an uproar. The supreme elder of the Clear Stream sect was here to take revenge. Jiang Chen had annihilated the entire Clear Stream sect. Who would be able to remain calm after witnessing such a thing? Xian Qingming took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. I'm really sorry. Seniors, Jiang Chen is not in our sect. Not here? Hehe. So be it. No matter where he is, even if he's at the ends of the earth, I'll tear him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Shenyuan Wuqiong said domineeringly. His aura was like a ferocious tiger, causing Xian Qingming to feel suffocated. Although they had yet to break through the sect's protective formation, the pressure of a half-step hierarch realm expert was real. Even Xian Qingming could not help but take 2 steps back. However, I heard that Jiang Chen's father is here. Hand over his father and I might spare your life. The supreme elder of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Zhiyan, said with a smile, but it was filled with a strange and sinister aura. Jiang Chen's father is not in our profound Feng sect. Seniors, please move to another place and look for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Xian Qingming said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Then open the sect's protective formation. I'll go to the profound Feng sect and take a look. Shenyuan Wuqiong said. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through Xian Qingming's body. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Xian Qingming said. Hehe. Looks like even if Jiang Chen isn't in the profound Feng sect, his father must be here. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Dan Yingqing sneered. Although our profound Feng sect is not as big as your sect, we are still a sect. How can we allow outsiders to desecrate us? Where would the dignity of profound Feng sect be? If seniors really want to make things difficult for our profound Feng sect, I swear that I'll accompany you till the end. Xian Qingming said coldly. He was not courteous even when facing the 3 reverends. At this moment, he did not know if Jiang Chen's protective formation was effective. However, he must do it. Jiang Chen had left his father in the profound Feng sect. It was the greatest trust Xian Qingming had for him. If anything happened to Jiang Chen, how could Xian Qingming explain it to Jiang Chen? Chapter 2740. Good. You've got guts. Profound Feng sect has really opened my eyes. Humph. Let's see what you've got to be so arrogant. I, Shenyuan Wuqiong, can destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of my hand. I can destroy your profound Feng sect with a flick of my finger. Shenyuan Wuqiong harumphed coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Xian Qingming's palms to sweat. He had already decided to kill everyone here before he arrived at profound Feng sect. Old man Shenyuan, looks like we have to fight. Some people don't seem to put us in their eyes. It's just a sect protecting grand formation. Do they really think that they're powerful enough to challenge a reverend? Hilarious. Ha ha. Li Zhiyan shook his head and laughed. His aura was unstoppable. Everyone, retreat into the inner sect. No one is allowed to step out of the inner sect no matter what. Xian Qingming shouted in anger. He knew that these 3 fellas were about to fight. Although Zhang Zhenhai had lost his sight and his ability to move, he still had his hearing. Although Jiang Chen had yet to return, he had caused a lot of trouble for the profound Feng sect, causing them to be bullied and humiliated. Zhang Zhenhai felt extremely guilty. Rue, if there's really no other way, I, Zhang Zhenhai, will not drag profound Feng sect down. Send me out. Zhang Zhenhai said. The sound outside the sect was so loud that it could pierce through the 9 heavens. Profound Feng sect could not withstand it. Brother Zhen, don't think too much. Do you think that they'll let us go if sect Lord Xian sends us out? The profound Feng sect will still suffer from this disaster and we will lose our lives. We can only hope that Jiang Chen comes back as soon as possible so that we can be saved. Even if I die, I will die with you. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lin Ruyue hugged Zhang Zhenhai tightly and said. Zhang Zhenhai sighed in his heart. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Jiang Chen would come back soon. I don't believe that this sect-protecting formation can stop me. Shenyuan Wuqiong said proudly with a cold expression. A destructive aura emanated from his finger, forcing Xian Qingming to retreat. Not to mention a half-step hierarch, he was not even a match for a divine king expert. Jiang Chen had already become a true expert. If he could overcome this tribulation, he would definitely become a giant dragon that soars through the 9 heavens and look down upon all living beings. At least by then, Jiang Chen would be able to come and go as he pleases in the Lone Dragon County and those big domains. Who knows, he might even be able to dominate the Lone Dragon County in the future. Azure Dragon out of water. Shenyuan Wuqiong struck out with his palm. A terrifying aura filled the entire profound Feng sect, causing sand and stones to fly and trees to be uprooted. The power of his palm hit the sect-protecting Grand Formation. No one had expected that it would turn into a ripple and spread out. In the end, the force of the attack was completely dispersed. Shenyuan Wuqiong fell down like a meteor into the water, disappearing without a trace. This is too terrifying. Xian Qingming was shocked by Shenyuan Wuqiong's strength. On the other hand, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's technique. Even a half-step hierarch could not break the sect-protecting formation set up by a half-step divine king. How powerful was that? Xian Qingming asked himself. Even if he was given another 500 years, he would not be able to do it so perfectly. Great! You're indeed capable. It's my first time seeing such a terrifying sect-protecting formation. Even the sect-protecting formation of my clear stream sect was not as terrifying as this. Shenyuan Wuqiong said with a laugh. However, everyone could sense the anger in his voice. Dan Yingqing and Li Zhiyan were also shocked. Jiang Chen was not even a divine king, yet he could set up such a terrifying sect-protecting formation. They were still doubtful when he killed the experts of the 10 great sects and slaughtered the entire clear stream sect. Now, it seems like this Jiang Chen was quite capable. Even the old antiques like them had misjudged him. Xian Qingming heaved a sigh of relief. His expression became extremely solemn. He managed to block the first attack, but there were 3 half-step hierarch realm experts on the other side. That kind of power was unparalleled, shocking the heavens and earth. I wonder if the sect-protecting formation can block the next attack. Xian Qingming was doubtful, but he was firm. Since Jiang Chen said that it could block the attack of a hierarch expert, then it must be powerful. I'm also itching to try it out. Is this sect-protecting formation really that terrifying? Dan Yingqing said with a smile. His eyes turned into a ray of light and instantly soared into the sky. The reason why they secluded themselves was because they did not have much time left and their talents were exhausted. If they could break through to the hierarch realm before they died, they might be able to fight for another few tens of thousands of years. However, they were already at the end of their lifespan. Hence, they secluded themselves. This time, Jiang Chen had caused such a huge commotion, causing the entire Linhe boundary to be in a state of panic. Their actions meant that they had to fight with their lives on the line. No matter if they won or lost, they would die in a few decades or even 100 years. Dan Yingqing formed a seal with both hands. The golden light in his hands turned into streaks of radiance that filled the air. He also rushed into the clouds, exuding the aura of an immortal. His aura was like that of a tiger that devoured everything within 10,000 miles. Starlight Revolution. Break it. Dan Yingqing wore a solemn expression as he waited for his attack to explode. However, the outcome was the same as Shenyuan Wuqiong. He was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean. The great sect-protecting formation trembled slightly before it calmed down. Starlight shone brightly in the sky, but it had lost its offensive power. At this moment, Dan Yingqing's expression did not look good. However, the calmest person was Li Zhiyan. He did not want to waste his energy anymore. Both Shenyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing had failed. He did not expect this outcome, but he had to accept it. However, he would not continue to attack the sect-protecting formation mindlessly. The only thing he could do now was to combine their strength to break the sect-protecting formation. The two of you, I think we should discuss and fight together. This sect-protecting formation seems to be harder to deal with than we imagined. Hehe. Li Zhiyan smiled with his eyes narrowed. The other two also silently nodded their heads. Although they were unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. If the 3 of them did not join hands to break the array, it would be impossible for the array to be broken. All right. Chapter 2741. Xian Qingming looked at the 3 reverends with a solemn expression. Although one of them could not break the formation alone, it would be a different story if the 3 of them worked together. It would be bullshit to say that he was not worried. Profound Feng sect was his foundation, and the lives of his disciples were in danger. How could Xian Qingming not be worried? At this moment, the 3 of them stared straight at the protective formation before them, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone, don't hold back. We must win this battle. If we can't even break this formation, then we'll lose face. Li Zhiyan said faintly. The meaning behind his words could not be more obvious. If any of the three of them were to hide anything, it might be difficult to break the sect-protecting formation. They could break the formation in one go. All right. Shen Yuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing nodded silently with a solemn expression. They did not have much time to waste here. Every battle would not only consume their physical strength but also their lives. After the three of them were ready, they looked at each other and attacked the formation with all their might. 10,000 Zhang Sunlight. Heavenly Ghost Dance. Shenyuan Art. Heaven-shaking opening. The three of them unleashed their strongest techniques. Success or failure depended on this. The glory of their lives depended on this. Whether or not they could break through the sect-protecting formation would depend on this. Xian Qingming kept retreating. The people of Profound Feng sect were extremely solemn. Deep fear appeared in everyone's heart. The sky changed color and the earth trembled as if it was the end of the world. The terrifying attacks landed on the formation and produced cracking sounds. Xian Qingming's expression changed. Is the formation going to break? Does the heavens want our Profound Feng sect to perish? Xian Qingming murmured. Although the formation was terrifying, the combined attack of three half-step hierarch realm experts caused the formation to tremble, as if it could break at any time. Ha! This formation is just so. It won't take long for it to break. Li Zhiyan said with a laugh. The attacks of the three continued to spread, and the great sect-protecting formation was becoming more and more unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. It would be too embarrassing if the three of us reverends couldn't defeat him. In Linhe Boundary, there's no one who could make us bow down. Shenyuan Wuqiong shook his head and said. His face was calm but his heart was filled with shock. To think that a small sect like Profound Feng sect could cause such a huge commotion. It was unbelievable. However, no matter how great the shock was, it was time to end it. In less than 15 minutes, this formation will naturally break. Dan Yingqing stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was filled with arrogance. The three of them's attacks had caused the great sect-protecting Grand Formation to become more and more exhausted. On the curtain of the great sect-protecting Grand Formation, there were cracks that looked like spider webs appearing on the sky above the great sect-protecting Grand Formation. It was as if everyone in the Profound Feng sect had a deep scar on their chest. If this continued, no one knew what would happen to them. Where's Senior Jiang Chen? Is our Profound Feng sect really going to be destroyed? I'm not willing. I must break through to the heavenly god realm. There's no help for us now. Senior Jiang Chen is nowhere to be found. Hey! Our Profound Feng sect's 10,000 years of foundation has been destroyed. It's impossible for us to survive. Senior Jiang Chen had massacred the entire Clear Stream sect and no one survived. How could the Supreme Elder of Clear Stream sect be merciful? Yeah. Senior Jiang Chen is the pride of our Profound Feng sect. But it's all because of Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Some of them even had a trace of resentment towards Jiang Chen. In the face of life and death, they were incomparably worldly. There weren't that many righteous people in this world. How could they expect everyone to be righteous and fearless? Xian Qingming looked at the sky. The formation was slowly crumbling. The three reverends came here to destroy Profound Feng sect. There was no doubt about it. Because Xian Qingming believed that no matter if he handed Zhang Zhenhai over or not, the result would still be the same. This was something that nobody could change. If they were to die, then they would perish together. He was not afraid of death. But the people of Profound Feng sect would definitely fall into eternal damnation. This was what moved him the most. Xian Qingming fell into deep thoughts. He was sad and angry. But what could he do? In front of these peerless experts, there was absolutely no chance for them to resist. He finally felt powerless. As the lord of a sect, he was unable to protect his 100,000 disciples. He felt guilty but he did not hate Jiang Chen because he was the most outstanding disciple of Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen was the pride of his life. Xian Qingming was ready to fight. Even though he knew that he would die, he was still resolute. This kind of domineering aura was something that no one could understand or experience. A life and death battle. The winner is the hero. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall seal the heavens. The formation was peeling off layer by layer. Above the void, The broken curtains had become densely packed with holes. The sect guarding Great Formation had become so weak in less than 15 minutes. It could no longer protect the profound Feng sect and contribute to the sect. The formation was about to fall. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two's eyes were burning with passion. I have forgotten how long it's been. It's been a long time since I tasted blood, Li Zhiyan said with a smile. He was like an emissary from hell. Taking lives was his only hobby. I did not have the intention to fight the world. But the world has become my enemy. Jiang Chen is a bastard. I should have killed him long ago. Now, I will capture his father and seek justice for the people of the world. Dan Yingqing Lang Lang said righteously and domineeringly. Bastard destroyed my clear stream sect. My people are in a terrible situation. Today, I shall annihilate profound Feng sect. I shall seek justice for the people of my sect who died for no reason. Shenyuan Wuqiong looked at the entire profound Feng sect with a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. This was his fate. This was the price he had to pay. The annihilation of the clear stream sect was his greatest humiliation. If he did not go into seclusion, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to annihilate the entire clear stream sect. He would have killed Jiang Chen long ago. Although the clear stream sect was annihilated, the sect still existed. As long as he was alive, the clear stream sect would be revived. 100 years later, the clear stream sect would still be standing in the Linhe boundary, but it would not be as glorious as before. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Every debt has a debtor. Today, he was going to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and set up a peerless monument for the Linhe boundary that was in chaos. Boom! Along with an incomparably loud sound, the sect protecting Grand Formation instantly collapsed. The last bit of hope in everyone's heart was shattered like a stone that fell into the bottom of the valley. Xian Qingming's expression was cold as if he was facing a great enemy. He was not afraid of death. Today is the day that the profound Feng sect will be annihilated. Shenyuan Wuqiong said faintly like a divine emperor, announcing the annihilation of the profound Feng sect. The hearts of everyone in the profound Feng sect were completely shattered. This was going to be a massacre. What qualifications do you have in front of an invincible hierarch realm expert? The annihilation of the profound Feng sect is not decided by you. Jiang Chen is here. Looks like the remnants of the clear stream sect have finally appeared. Chapter 2742. Jiang Chen? It's Senior Jiang Chen? It's really him. I don't need to die. When Senior Disciple Jiang Chen returns, I'm sure he'll beat the crap out of these three. Senior Disciple Jiang Chen is so handsome. I want to marry a great hero like him in the future. He will ride on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Ha ha! Our profound Feng sect is saved. Finally. Some of them cried tears of joy. The gloominess in their hearts was swept away at this moment. Jiang Chen was like the savior of the world. Although they didn't know the difference in strength between Jiang Chen and the three reverends, in their hearts, their senior brother Jiang Chen was an invincible existence. There was nothing he couldn't do. Therefore, at this moment, they all believed that Jiang Chen would bring them hope in this desperate situation. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, his existence was like giving everyone a reassuring pill, calming them down. This was a comfort that no one else could bring to them. Jiang Chen had killed countless prodigies in the Linhe boundary, annihilating the dissidents and annihilating the clear stream sect. All these deeds had made the profound Feng sect regard Jiang Chen as their biggest idol, because he was the strongest existence in their eyes. At least in the Linhe boundary that they knew, Senior Jiang Chen was powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. This was the faith that the entire profound Feng sect had towards Jiang Chen. They firmly believed that if Jiang Chen was alive, then profound Feng sect would be alive. If Jiang Chen was dead, then profound Feng sect would be destroyed. Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Chen silently. His heart was filled with excitement. However, only he knew how powerful the three reverends were. Not many people in the Lone Dragon County dared to offend the three reverends. They were the supreme elders of the top sections. Now that the clear stream sect was annihilated, the supreme elders of the three sects had gathered here. A great battle was imminent. Although Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Chen had many tricks up his sleeves, the three of them were old monsters that had not come out for thousands of years. They were peerless geniuses that had led the Linhe boundary in the past. If they did not go into seclusion, Jiang Chen would not have caused such a commotion. At this moment, Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two looked at Jiang Chen. This fella finally came out. You're Jiang Chen? Dan Yingqing said coldly while staring at Jiang Chen. So what if I am? Aren't I the one you're looking for? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He did not care about the three of them at all. Fortunately, he returned to the Linhe boundary right after he came out from Liaobei. Otherwise, the profound Feng sect would have been annihilated by the three of them. Good. Since you dare to admit it, you're not a coward. But you should know what to do now that you've annihilated the Clear Stream sect, right? Shenyuan Wuqiong said faintly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Jiang Chen. Shenyuan Wuqiong really wanted to pull out Jiang Chen's tendons and skin him alive. The entire Clear Stream sect was annihilated by Jiang Chen. This could not be described with just a few words. Even if Jiang Chen could not be reincarnated, it would be too easy for him. I only know that those who offend me, Jiang Chen, must die. Jiang Chen crossed his arms as he looked at the three of them coldly without any fear. At this moment, he was prepared. He would not take a step back even if the three of them were half-step hierarch realm experts. Because he could not take a step back as there were hundreds of thousands of profound Feng sect disciples behind him. Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he could withstand three half-step hierarch realm experts. Even the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries doppelganger was not a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, these three were true experts who had reached the threshold of the hierarch realm. It was completely different from the Divine King realm. Although the half-step hierarch realm was only a step away from the peak Divine King realm, it was a step that some people would not be able to cross in their entire life. Only when one reached the hierarch realm would one be considered a true peerless expert. Looks like you don't know your current situation. Hehe. Li Zhiyan shook his head and chuckled. He did not put a mere half-step Divine King in his eyes. Moreover, it was a 3-on-1 battle of life and death. Jiang Chen would not be able to survive. They were all peerless experts who had been famous for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They had already reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. They only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. Especially Shenyuan Wuqiong. Jiang Chen had annihilated the Clear Stream sect. He was now in the limelight in the Linhe boundary. However, everyone was waiting for the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect to show his prowess. Many people were secretly watching this battle. If Jiang Chen lost, the entire Linhe boundary would fall into chaos. The Clear Stream sect would be annihilated and the 10 great sects would be greatly weakened. All the forces would rise up together. If Jiang Chen won, everyone would have to bow down to him. Although the chances were slim, Jiang Chen was still capable of slaughtering the entire Clear Stream sect. There was no doubt about it. That's why the people secretly hoped that Jiang Chen would fail. Jiang Chen had already become a transcendent existence in the Linhe boundary. If he died, the battle that would take place every 100 years in the Linhe boundary would be the greatest chaos in the entire boundary. Even though the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect was strong enough, once he came out from his seclusion, he would not have much time left. Not only the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect, the other two sects were also in the same situation. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to restore the foundation of the Clear Stream sect within 100 years. It was the same for the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect. Therefore, Jiang Chen was the focus of the entire Linhe boundaries. What's my situation? Don't you all want to kill me? Let's see which one of you can do it. Jiang Chen was still as domineering as ever, completely ignoring the pressure from the trio. I can annihilate the entire Clear Stream sect with my bare hands and kill dozens of Divine King realm experts. I'm not someone to be trifled with. If anyone wants to spar with me, feel free to do so. I, Jiang Chen, don't like to be long-winded. Jiang Chen's words were obviously meant for the three of them. It was a bit far-fetched to say that he was trying to intimidate them. However, if they continued to fight, their morale would be at a disadvantage. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to gain the upper hand. At this moment, he was giving them mental pressure. Even if it's a 10,000 years old sect, I, Jiang Chen, will not be courteous. After the massacre, I will still be invincible. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. You're indeed arrogant. It's a pity that you're going to meet us today. Shenyuan Wuqiong sighed coldly. Jiang Chen had reached the half-step Divine King realm at such a young age. His talent was unquestionable. Moreover, no one would believe that he could annihilate the Clear Stream sect with his current strength. However, he did it. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two were worried. If this fellow was not killed by them after 100 years, he might become a devil incarnate. The speed of Jiang Chen's growth was just too fast. If he was given enough time, he might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat half-step hierarch realm. So what? I, Jiang Chen, do not care who the other party is. Because no matter who it is, I will not put them in my eyes. Jiang Chen said arrogantly. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two looked at each other and smiled. This fella's arrogance made them sigh. He did not even put 3 half-step hierarch realm experts in his eyes. What's his real strength? How dare he challenge the 3 of them at the same time with his half-step divine king strength? That's just wishful thinking. Chapter 2743. Jiang Chen smiled calmly because he knew that this was his last obstacle. If he managed to kill these 3 guys, he would be invincible in the entire Linhe boundary. No one would dare to go against him. In other words, if he lost, his legend would come to an end. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. This was the reality, a battle that he could not escape from. The Clear Stream sect was a great sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was impossible for them to not have a true venerable. Jiang Chen had already guessed this. These 3 old men must hate him to the bone after this battle. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Since you're so confident, then accept your judgment. Not only will you die today, your family will die too. The entire Profound Feng sect will die. This is the sin that you've committed. No one will be able to help you pay for it. Shenyuan Wuqiong stared at Jiang Chen with thick killing intent. Since Jiang Chen had appeared, he must not let him escape from his grasp. Clear Stream sect's enmity must be repaid with blood. Little fella, to think that you're so confident. Do you know who you're talking to? Hee, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries would have to give us some face. Dan Yingqing curled his lips and said disdainfully, Reverends of the 9 boundaries? Not to mention that I'm not afraid of the reverends of the 9 boundaries. Even if I am, will the reverends of the 9 boundaries really give you some face? Aren't you guys being too arrogant? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. Old people who don't die are regarded as thieves. I'm guessing that's referring to all of you. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed and said. Dan Yingqing was so angry that his veins were bulging and his face turned pale. This fella is really audacious. I've dominated the Linhe boundary for tens of thousands of years. I'm also the leader of the group. I've never expected that this fella would say that I'm worthless. How can I not be angry? There are always geniuses in every generation. But this fella is so arrogant. He did not put the seniors in his eyes at all. There's no point in talking anymore. Kid, this is your last chance. Li Zhiyan laughed. Seeing that Dan Yingqing was so angry that his neck was red, he couldn't be bothered to ask for a rebuff. This Jiang Chen was clearly not someone who was easy to deal with. If you had knelt on the ground and kowtowed to admit your mistake when you returned to this place, I might have left your corpse intact. But now, it seems that you don't need to. Shenyuan Wuqiong's cold voice was accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept across the sky. The entire Profound Feng sect could feel an immense pressure. Jiang Chen's expression changed, but he was still calm and composed. It seemed that these 3 fellows were about to make a move. Is senior brother Jiang Chen really a match for these 3 old monsters? Someone said worriedly. Who knows? But with senior Jiang Chen's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of these 3 people. Senior Jiang Chen will definitely defeat them and bring peace back to Profound Feng sect. Someone encouraged. I hope so. The destruction of the Clear Stream sect has put all the other sects in danger. I hope that our Profound Feng sect won't be the second sect to be destroyed. This was the voice of every disciple of Profound Feng sect. None of them wanted to have their family destroyed, to be homeless and homeless. They didn't even know how they died. However, those experts who stood at the top of the pyramid could decide their fate with just one battle. No one would feel good about this. Therefore, they could only hope that senior Jiang Chen would be invincible. Many people were watching the battle from afar. They were looking forward to the battle between Jiang Chen and the 3 reverends. However, Jiang Chen was still a newcomer. In many people's eyes, no matter how sharp his sword was, he was going to face 3 10,000-years-old monsters. In other words, the 3 of them were reverends who had been in seclusion for a long time. Who would dare to look down on them? If it was under normal circumstances, they would never come out. After this battle, the Linha boundary would be in turmoil. It was an indisputable fact. No matter what the outcome would be, it would affect the hearts of the people in the Linha boundary. I hope that the three reverends can defeat Jiang Chen in this battle. If that's the case, this devil's rampage will come to an end. At that time, the entire Linha boundary will be in peace. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Someone in the forest said with a solemn face. He was also an elder of one of the 10 major sections. It could be said that he had been tormented by Jiang Chen, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Jiang Chen was just too strong. It might be the best outcome before Jiang Chen massacred the Clear Stream sect. But when the Clear Stream sect was trampled under his feet, I knew that the Linha boundary is going to change. If Jiang Chen doesn't die, the Linha boundary will be reshuffled. Once Jiang Chen dies, the entire Linha boundary will be in chaos. Do you think that the three reverends are easy to deal with? Their appearance will affect the balance of our Linha boundary. However, there's something you must know. Even if someone as formidable as an Exalt Realm expert emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he won't be able to live for long. The Clear Stream sect has already been destroyed. Even if he's given a few dozen years or even 100 years, would he be able to recover? The person beside him said. Not to mention the Clear Stream sect, even the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect will not be able to recover. Those sects that were attacked by Jiang Chen will definitely be heavily injured and will not dare to act recklessly. At this moment, they will definitely take this opportunity to change the order of the entire Linha boundary. At that time, who can change the will of the Reverend Realm experts? We will only become the victims of the great waves washing away the sand. But if Jiang Chen is still alive, some people will definitely rise up. At that time, the Linha boundary will welcome a once-in-10,000 years prosperity. Jiang Chen is still alive, and some people will definitely rise up. So if Jiang Chen doesn't die, it will be beneficial to us. Profound Feng sect will definitely rise again. With their foundation, they will definitely be restrained. So if Jiang Chen dies, it will be a disaster for us. The death of the three reverends will put us in a more difficult situation. The biggest change is that both sides will suffer and all of us will die. But that's almost impossible. After listening to the yellow-clothed old man's words, everyone woke up from their daze. What he said made sense. If the three reverends defeated Jiang Chen, they wouldn't just let their sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, perish just like that. If they were to attack Jiang Chen and the three reverends, they would never be able to make a comeback. It could be said that the battle between Jiang Chen and the three reverends had affected the hearts of all the major powers in the Linha boundary. Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. I have already annihilated the Clear Stream sect. Countless experts of the sect have died in my hands. It can only be said that they are not skilled enough. The three of you will also have the same ending today. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. There was no room for negotiation in this battle. Even his blood was boiling. If he could use the cold river stone, Jiang Chen would definitely be fearless. However, he did not dare to underestimate this battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to use his strength at all. To the Profound Feng sect, it would be an epic disaster. Hundreds of thousands of disciples would be buried together with him. Jiang Chen could only win. He could not afford to lose. Lin Ruyue hugged Jiang Zhanhai tightly. A worried expression emerged on her face. Jiang Chen was the pillar of support for all of them. If he fell, countless people would fall with him. Jiang Chen, are you really confident? Lin Ruyue gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. Because at this moment, Jiang Chen had returned. Jiang Zhanhai felt relieved and was not as nervous as before. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Ruyue sighed and said. In my memory, my son has never lost before. If there will be a day where he loses, perhaps he will lose to himself. Chapter 2744. I won't blame him even if he loses today. He's my most outstanding son, the pride of my life. The sons of the Jiang clan never owe anyone anything. If he didn't show up today, I'll never forgive him. But now that he's back, I won't regret it even if I die. Let me have a go at you. Let's see what kind of ability you have to be so domineering. A grain of light dares to compete with the radiance of the moon. Dan Yingqing took a step forward. The heavens and earth changed color as he clashed with Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon's sword roared and soared up to the clouds. The battle had finally begun. The sky was like a curtain. The rain of swords fell down. Jiang Chen stepped on the waves and stood upright with his sword. He unleashed 3,000 sword lights. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. He quickly unleashed the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Although he had yet to refine the divine origin essence, Jiang Chen had unleashed his full power. An ordinary peak divine king would not dare to take this attack head-on. Dan Yingqing didn't show any signs of weakness either. His rainbow-colored robe shone resplendently. A 5-colored dragon appeared in Dan Yingqing's hand, causing huge waves and clouds to fill the sky. His aura soared into the heavens. The rain of swords and the rainbow robe intertwined with each other. The entire sky was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. Dan Yingqing's strength was also extremely powerful. A half-step hierarch expert was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have used the ancient soaring dragon technique because he knew that he could not afford to be careless. Although the 3 hierarchs had yet to reach the connecting heaven realm, they were still half-step hierarchs. Jiang Chen had to give them respect. What a powerful attack! Li Zhiyan and Shenyuan Wuqiong looked at each other in shock. They did not expect Jiang Chen's attack to be so terrifying. Even a half-step hierarch would not dare to underestimate the attack of a half-step divine king. Great! Dan Yingqing shouted. The two of them continued to clash. The heavenly dragon sword was like a dragon that could devour everything. As soon as the sword soul appeared, thunder rumbled in all directions. Within the clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thousands of rays of light were suppressed. Divine radiance. Dan Yingqing held the 5-colored rainbow robe in his hand and shot out rays of dazzling light, trying to surround Jiang Chen. However, how could an ordinary person fight against Jiang Chen? Not even a half-step hierarch. Solitary sighed. Jiang Chen shouted and the shadow of the sword pierced through the sky. Dan Yingqing was forced to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen's solitary sword was no longer the same as before. The heavenly dragon sword was no longer the same as before. Even Jiang Chen himself did not expect that the strength of the heavenly dragon sword would reach a new level after the awakening of the sword soul. He did not expect that the sword soul could unleash the full potential of the solitary sword. Naturally, its strength was not the same as before. Senior Jiang Chen is too powerful. Yeah. Those 3 old fellas are unlucky to meet Senior Jiang Chen this time. Humph. Not good. Retreat quickly. Their battle has affected the outer sect of Profound Feng sect. Fortunately, we have already left the outer sect. Countless people were drenched in cold sweat. Their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. The battle between Jiang Chen and Dan Yingqing was too terrifying. The void within a 10,000 li radius was burning, the sky was darkened, lightning was rumbling, the outer sect was affected, countless mountains were destroyed, the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Fortunately, they had already retreated from the outer sect. Xian Qingming had predicted that everyone would be in the inner sect. Xian Qingming's expression became solemn. He had thought of this before. A battle between a half-step hierarch realm expert was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Profound Feng sect might become their battlefield and be greatly affected by it. Jiang Chen and Dan Yingqing retreated after one strike. Neither of them gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's strength had shocked them. A half-step divine king and a half-step hierarch was a whole realm apart. However, Jiang Chen was able to fight evenly with Dan Yingqing with his own strength. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's strike had shocked the world. Those people who were hiding in the dark were speechless. They had only heard about how powerful Jiang Chen was, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Today, those old fellows were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Such a peerless genius was definitely a monstrous genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. At this moment, the entire Linhe boundary had their attention on Jiang Chen. Everyone had the same thought in their mind. We must never become enemies with him. Their supreme elder's strength was not as powerful as a half-step hierarch. Jiang Chen's battle had brought him the limelight. His sword strike had let everyone know how peerless Jiang Chen was. However, Jiang Chen frowned slightly at this moment. Because the Profound Feng sect would be the one to suffer if the battle continued. If something happened to the Profound Feng sect, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Xian Qingming. It was something that he didn't want to see. This battle would definitely shock all directions and destroy countless mountains, rivers and plants. Ha ha ha. To think that a half-step hierarch is only a... Jiang Chen laughed wildly. He did have the ability to be arrogant. Even Dan Yingqing had to admit that Jiang Chen's strength was much higher than those so-called monstrous geniuses. It would not be good news if such a person was allowed to grow in the future. To put it bluntly, once a devil king like Dan Yingqing matured, he would be able to reach the 9 heavens and the 5 seas to catch a golden turtle. Dan Yingqing had dominated the world. At this moment, he would not allow Jiang Chen to continue developing as he wished. Both of you, if you don't join hands now, when will you? This fella is not ordinary. Dan Yingqing said in a deep voice. If he was still in the prime of his life, he would definitely not give the opportunity to show off to the other two. However, their lifespan was less than 100 years. Originally, they might have 1,000 years of cultivation to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and attempt to break through to the hierarch realm. However, once they came out of seclusion, their bodies and strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was not the time for them to fight with their lives on the line, as it would only benefit the other two. Chapter 27:45. All right, let's join hands and kill him, Li Zhiyan said in a deep voice. Why would experts like them be afraid of rumors and slanders? So what if someone said that they were bullying the weak? After killing Jiang Chen, the Linha boundary would be under their control. Jiang Chen, even I have to admit that you're very strong. The elegance of that sword strike is worthy of respect, because you're too young and amazing. Unfortunately, you're still going to die. In front of absolute strength, any tricks will be useless. You'll die a graveless death in the end. Jiang Chen's face was filled with hatred. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Shenyuan Wuqiong looked at Jiang Chen and said. Although Jiang Chen was on the same level as him, Shenyuan Wuqiong still thought that Jiang Chen was going to die. I, Jiang Chen, do not care if there's only one of you. Why would I be afraid if there's 3 of you? Ha! Jiang Chen stood proudly and pointed his sword at Shenyuan Wuqiong. His domineering aura was truly admirable. Many girls in the profound Feng sect were captivated at this moment. Many of them swore to chase after Jiang Chen's footsteps and become a true peerless expert. To the people of the profound Feng sect, this was a great encouragement and self-encouragement. Good. There's righteousness in the heavens and earth. Young heroes are born. But it's a pity that you've already become a villain. The heavens will not tolerate you. You're an executioner who has killed countless people. You should go to the 18th level of hell and reincarnate forever. Li Zhiyan said. Why would Jiang Chen be afraid if the 3 of you come and fight me? Ha! Jiang Chen soared into the sky with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, looking down at the 9 heavens. I'll let you know that justice still exists in this heavens and earth. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. You bastard, don't even think about leaving. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other 2 followed closely behind Jiang Chen and soared into the sky. This battle would definitely shock the entire Linha boundary. Jiang Chen knew that he had overestimated himself this time. He was confident that he could hold off a half-step hierarch expert with his full strength. Even if he had to exhaust his strength, he could still defeat his opponent. However, this was his best move. He had no other moves that could change his fate under the joint attack of 3 half-step hierarch experts. Even if the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation could kill a half-step hierarch realm expert, the opponent was not a fool. Would they give him the time and opportunity to set up the formation? Therefore, Jiang Chen could only rely on his own means to fight to the death. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword fearlessly and did not take a step back. However, his strength was limited after all. 3 half-step hierarch experts were beyond his imagination. He could only fight one of them with all his might. Jiang Chen would most likely die in this battle. Giant smelting river. Iron lock seals the heavens. Dan Yingqing attacked again without any hesitation and blocked Jiang Chen's path. Waves of giant waves rolled along with the clouds, crushing the void. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few steps back by Dan Yingqing. Ghost territory, chaotic stars. Li Zhiyan roared furiously. Countless ghostly shadows filled the sky, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was as if the heavens and earth had fallen and a ghost realm was wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of souls flew in the sky, shattering the stars and attacking Jiang Chen, who was above the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen was being suppressed by the 2 of them. It was extremely difficult for him to break through all his moves. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, the heavens and earth were in chaos. 3,000 fire dragons rushed out and clashed with thousands of ghosts. The heavens and earth were in chaos and the flames were like fireworks in the sky. The entire Linha boundary was in a state of chaos and the area within 100,000 miles was lit up. Shenyuan Art. Horned Dragon Slash. Shenyuan Wuqiong was the last to attack, but he was the most terrifying. Under the three of them, Jiang Chen was in danger. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor was shattered. The Shenyuan Art was the most ferocious. A horned dragon broke through the giant smelting river and ghost territory, charging towards Jiang Chen. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Chen swept across the horizon. Sword shadows shook the heavens and froze 3,000 Li. Countless ghosts in the surroundings were slashed into pieces by his sword. However, there were still layers upon layers of them. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed and fell into a passive position. If this continued, he would be in a dangerous situation. Although Jiang Chen is strong, it's hard to say if he can win against 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. Yeah, I think Jiang Chen is going to lose his wings this time. 3 half-step hierarch realm supreme elders have been famous for thousands of years. This time, it's going to shake the 9 heavens. I hope so. Both sides will suffer great losses and die. Many people were watching the battle from the top of the mountain. They were paying close attention to this battle because Jiang Chen's success or failure would directly affect the future of the Linha boundary. Jiang Chen used all of his strength to fight and retreat at the same time. The 3 great experts were just testing Jiang Chen in the beginning, but they had already forced Jiang Chen to retreat quickly. There was no way he could turn the situation around at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Chen retreated on purpose. He wanted to leave the profound Feng sect's territory so that he could fight with all his might. Even if he could not win, he could still leave to protect the profound Feng sect. After all, his father was still in the profound Feng sect. It's not that easy to kill me. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by the 3 experts. He could not do anything at all. Even if he was the reincarnation of a 9 heavens god emperor, there was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only run away. At least, he had to leave this place first. Fire Qilin. Protect my father no matter what. Jiang Chen raised his hand and a fire shadow was shot out. It fell on the Void Mountain, at the edge of the forest. If I don't die, your father won't die either. Fire Qilin's firm voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. His words were enough. A promise of life and death, only for sincerity. Because Jiang Chen was worried that someone would harm his father and the profound Feng sect. After all, his enemies were not limited to just 2 or 3 people. Fire Qilin's strength had reached the mid-divine king realm. It would not be easy for anyone to threaten him in the Linha boundary. Even the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect would not be able to kill Fire Qilin so easily. After receiving the inheritance, Fire Qilin was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and flew up to the sky. He casted the Great Void technique. He could only run for his life now. It's not that easy to leave. Since you've appeared in my eyes, your death has been decided. Chapter 2746. Jiang Chen did not dare to slack off because the combined strength of the 3 experts was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen could not fight against them at all. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only run away. The 3 experts were all half-step hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen had a 50% chance of winning against one of them. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, it was enough to dominate the entire Linha boundary. They were existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he wasn't a reckless person. Moreover, the profound Feng sect would surely be destroyed if they started a war in the territory of the profound Feng sect. Following the departure of Jiang Chen and the others, the entire Linha boundary became unpredictable. There were people who were tracking the 4 experts' movements. The entire Linha boundary was boiling. Jiang Chen fought against the 3 experts. Although no one knew the final result, his terrifying techniques were suffocating. Kid, where do you think you're going? Li Zhiyan shouted angrily and took the lead. The 4 of them were like 4 meteors, flying across the sky. No one could see them clearly. Jiang Chen was helpless. The 4 of them had caught up with him. A battle was inevitable. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat by the 4 of them. He had no chance to fight back. However, Jiang Chen's recovery ability was unparalleled. Even if he was slightly injured, he could recover quickly. Therefore, the three of them could only suppress Jiang Chen to this extent. It was easy to force him to retreat, but it was not easy to suppress or kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that he could only use this kind of guerrilla warfare method to show off his strength. It was the only way he could use his super recovery ability to fight back when these old fellas were exhausted. That would be the best time for him to counterattack. However, a half-step hierarch was not something that an ordinary divine king could compare to. Their method of communicating with the heavens and earth's spiritual chi was also very powerful. It was not a problem for them to recover their strength. Jiang Chen was not a match for them at all. Let's see where you can run to. Today, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go. Dan Yingqing said domineeringly. Again and again he attacked. Jiang Chen had already learned how to evade and not fight. No matter how heaven-defying the means of the three were, Jiang Chen could use the Great Void technique to evade their attacks. Jiang Chen was stalling. As long as he could stall them, the three old fellows would be the first to run out of stamina. Sometimes, one didn't have to rely on absolute means to suppress the opponent. If he was lacking in strength, then having a flexible mind was the most important thing at this moment. Come quickly, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He would only fight the three of them when he had no other choice. The rest of the time, he would be running a wage. 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Chen fought the three of them without rest. Even though they were half-step hierarch realm experts, the intense battle and the consumption of their energy was too much for them. For the past 3 days, they had been chasing after Jiang Chen relentlessly, but Jiang Chen had been avoiding them again and again. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen would not make a move. Once he made a move, he would quickly escape. Jiang Chen was always running while Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two were always chasing after him. After such a long time, Jiang Chen was still energetic while the three of them started to show signs of fatigue. This little bastard is so slippery. He's so hard to deal with. Even Dan Yingqing, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and claimed to be a grandmaster, could not help but curse. Jiang Chen seemed to be playing a game of chicken with them and did not want to fight them at all. Although they knew that, what could they do? After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, the three old fellows showed a trace of hesitation. However, they had already kowtowed 99 times. Could it be that they were lacking one more shiver? This guy is obviously playing tricks with us. If we don't catch him soon, I'm afraid we'll gradually lose. By that time, we'll be the ones to worry about winning or losing. Shenyuan Wuqiong said in a low voice with a heavy heart. Jiang Chen had fought with them less than 10 times in the past 3 days and they managed to injure Jiang Chen twice. However, he managed to escape from death each time. The three of them were under great pressure. Look, that kid doesn't seem to know what that place is. Li Ziyan's lips curled into a smile. When Shenyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing raised their heads to look at each other, they were both shocked. This fella, the ignorant are fearless. Ha! Dan Yingqing said after being stunned for a second. Luo Feng Valley. It's been so many years since anyone dared to get close to the Valley of Death. Back then, even 2 divine emperors entered the valley and disappeared without a trace. How long has it been? 70,000 years? Or 100,000 years? Shenyuan Wuqiong murmured. It was one of the most terrifying places in the entire Linhe boundary. Even in the Lone Dragon County, it was one of the 2 forbidden places. The Lone Dragon County was one of the 6 forbidden places in the northern cold divine region. It said that hundreds of millions of years ago, countless gods and demons died in the Luo Feng Valley. The battle between the gods and demons shook the 9 heavens. There were millions of casualties. Even Mahamayuri was no exception. Mahamayuri? Hehe. That's only a legend. An expert of that level has already transcended the mortal world. When I was young, I heard from a supreme old ancestor that returned to the Linhe boundary from the central region divine land. He said that Mahamayuri was immortal, just like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The fire of life was endless. Even if he died, he would come back to life one day. Shenyuan Wuqiong said with a solemn expression. Even though Mahamayuri was fake, the Valley of Burial of the Fiend Gods was real. Sigh. We're also immortal, but we still can't escape from this. Dan Yingqing said emotionally. He had lived for more than 70,000 years, but he couldn't fight for the world with his peerless talent. The immortality of us humans is only possible if we are not disturbed or oppressed by external forces. However, if we are truly immortal and stay in the same realm forever, what's the use of living? If it weren't for the great battle in the past, damaging our bodies and limiting our potential, we wouldn't be at the end of our lifespans. Li Zhiyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Central Region Divine Land is the dream of us cultivators. It's a pity that we're not fated. Those talented late Divine King experts have already shone brilliantly in the Central Divine Land. Although most of them have fallen, or even failed to reach the other side of the Central Divine Land's dreams, they have not lived their lives in vain. As for those of us who have lost our potential due to our old injuries, we can only sit and wait for the end of our lives. Shenyuan Wuqiong's eyes were filled with sorrow, but it was the truth. It was rare for a divine king to appear in 10,000 years, and a hierarch to appear in 1,000,000 years. Bloodline and spiritual qi determined the number of talents in the 4 great divine lands. It was rare to become a divine monarch. Becoming a hierarch was not something that could be determined by talent alone. A heavenly god realm cultivator could establish his own sect in Linhe boundary. This was enough to prove everything. In the eyes of Shenyuan Wuqiong and the rest, they didn't dare to go. Chapter 2747. All the experts at Late God King and above surged towards the Central Divine Land. That was the true palace of eternal life. Only by constantly growing, breaking through, and becoming someone who stood above everyone else could they reign supreme over the world, becoming a supreme figure whose name would be passed down through history. Once one breaks through to the Late Divine King realm, he would be able to gain a place in a county. However, how many true geniuses would be willing to stay in a remote place? In other words, it was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. A hierarch realm expert was a respected figure even in the Central Region Divine Land. This fella dares to enter the Luo Feng Valley so recklessly. Looks like he doesn't know anything about this place. Li Zhiyan sneered. I want to see him if he's alive. I want to see his corpse if he's dead. Unless we force him into the Luo Feng Valley, I will chase him to the ends of the world. Shenyuan Wuqiong said and quickly chased after Jiang Chen. Brother Shenyuan is right. Unless we force him into the Luo Feng Valley, I will not stop until I see his corpse. Dan Yingqing gritted his teeth and said. Without hesitation, he followed behind Jiang Chen. The 3 of them chased Jiang Chen for 100,000 li with extreme speed until they reached the bottom of a cliff. Jiang Chen then realized that he had reached the top of a heavenly moat. He couldn't see the end of the moat, nor could he see the end of the mountain. Oh no! Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had unknowingly been chased into a dead end by these 3 fellows. This was a natural moat that stretched across the foot of the mountain. He couldn't see the end of it. Dark clouds covered the sky and the atmosphere was gloomy. Jiang Chen noticed that there weren't any flying insects or beasts in this area. This was definitely not a good place. The most unfathomable thing was that the roof in front of them was so tall that it was impossible to see the end of it. As for the ravine within, it was so deep that the bottom of the ravine could not be seen. Furthermore, it was shrouded in layers of clouds that did not disperse all year round. Dark winds covered the sky, and it was definitely a sign of great danger. Even the divine essence power within his body seemed to become seething. It was reasonable that Jiang Chen didn't want to fly over the natural moat canyon. Looks like those 3 fellows have finally caught up. Jiang Chen murmured in a low voice. This was a battle to the death. After 3 days, Jiang Chen knew that these 3 fellows had not yet reached the point where they would be worn down by him. Ha ha ha, why don't you try to fly over the ridge of the mountain and the endless abyss? Li Zhiyan laughed and said, appearing to the east of Jiang Chen. It seems that this fearless little bastard also has times when he's afraid. Humph. Dan Yingqing snorted coldly and appeared to the west of Jiang Chen. Shenyuan Wuqiong landed in front of Jiang Chen, and the 3 of them surrounded Jiang Chen. Looks like you're not too foolish. If you chose to cross this chasm, you would already be dead. Shenyuan Wuqiong said indifferently. Jiang Chen frowned his brows. Evidently, the 3 of them were very familiar with this place and they were more cautious than before. What is this place? Zhou Mountain Ridge. Luo Feng Valley. The most dangerous place in the Linhe boundary, one of the 2 death traps in the Lone Dragon County, and one of the 6 death traps in the northern Coal Divine region. Tell me, where is this place? Li Zhiyan's smile grew wider as he stared at Jiang Chen coldly. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, or even a cute rabbit. He didn't even know about the Zhou Mountain Ridge and Luo Feng Valley in the Linhe boundary. Even if he were to die here, it wouldn't be a waste. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Even though he didn't know how terrifying the Zhou Mountain Ridge and Luo Feng Valley were, one could imagine how terrifying it was to be listed as one of the 6 death traps in the Northern Cold Divine region. No one knew how big the Northern Cold Divine region was, but it was one of the 9 great divine regions in the divine world. The Lone Dragon County was only one of the counties in the Northern Cold Divine region, and the Linhe boundary was only one of the smallest boundaries in the Lone Dragon County. Jiang Chen finally knew that he was forced into a dead end by the 3 old fellas. Looks like I have no other choice. Jiang Chen sighed. If you jump down from here, perhaps we can choose to let you live. Li Ziyan's smile made Jiang Chen feel that the Luo Feng Valley was a path more painful than death. I might consider it if you accompany me. Jiang Chen smiled. What a naive kid. Since you're going to die anyway, we'll fulfill your wish. Dan Yingqing said. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment, because when he turned his head and looked at the bottom of the abyss, he felt an enormous suction force that almost sucked him into the bottom of the abyss. Although it was a bit shocking, it wasn't enough to make Jiang Chen wet his pants. However, the suction force was extremely strange. More importantly, his heavenly dragon sword was actually trembling and buzzing. Could it be that the heavenly dragon sword is afraid of this place? Jiang Chen murmured. But, you guys want to die, but I haven't lived long enough. Today, I, Jiang Chen, will start a massacre. Let's see who can compete with me. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword and pointed it at the 3. His sword aura soared to the sky. The battle was imminent. How dare you? No wonder you're the devil incarnate of the Linhe boundary. But no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape from us. Even though you're strong, you're nothing in front of us. But this shall be your last battle. Shenyuan Wuqiong stared at Jiang Chen angrily as the 3 of them attacked. Great, it's been a long time since I, Jiang Chen, had such a great battle. Ha! Jiang Chen was fearless this time. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not retreat even if he was severely injured. The 3 of them fought against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was fearless. Even though he was at a disadvantage, his sword brought great pressure to the 3 of them. Each of his sword strikes was unstoppable. The 3 of them had to use all their strength to defend themselves. At this moment, even though Jiang Chen was defeated, it was a glorious defeat. He was fighting against 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. Although this glory was not unprecedented, it was not far from it. After all, he only had the strength of a half-step divine king. Jiang Chen unleashed all of his skills. Sword shadows flashed across the sky as he spun in the air. The battle had lasted for more than 10 days. Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely lost his combat strength. However, he was still persevering. His terrifying recovery speed allowed him to recover from his injuries. The 3 reverends had never thought that Jiang Chen was like a roly-poly doll that could not be killed. After falling down, he could still stand up again and again. Moreover, he was even more unscrupulous when facing their attacks. If it was an ordinary half-step hierarch, the 3 of them would have torn him apart. However, Jiang Chen was able to hold on until now. In the end, Jiang Chen was able to recover while Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other 2 hierarchs were exhausted by Jiang Chen. It was too difficult to kill Jiang Chen. I don't believe that I, Shenyuan Wuqiong, can't kill him. This time, I'll fight you to the end even if it costs me my life. Chapter 2748. The 3 of them had finally lost their patience with Jiang Chen, and decided to fight with their lives on the line. Harming the enemy while harming themselves was the scariest way to fight. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 3 of them coldly. However, at this moment, the 3 of them had raised their attacks to the peak. Jiang Chen knew that this attack could definitely kill him. I don't believe that you can break my Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen shouted furiously, holding the ancestral dragon pagoda in his hand. The ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly, shrouding Jiang Chen within. The golden pagoda shone brightly. Even though the 3 of them were shocked, they were still extremely cautious. After all, they only wanted the result of this battle. They must kill Jiang Chen. Shenyuan Art. Big Dipper Sword. Shenyuan Wuqiong took the lead and used the Shenyuan Art. Both of his palms turned into sword shadows and slashed down. However, the Zulong Tower did not move at all. However, the Zulong Tower was able to withstand such an attack. The three of them attacked one after another and collided with the Zulong Tower. Although the Zulong Tower was unscathed, Jiang Chen was repulsed by the attacks of the three of them. Once again, he suffered a heavy injury. This was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. The three of them were panting and they were almost at the end of their lives. They had used all their strength but they still could not defeat Jiang Chen. The reason why Jiang Chen did not hide in the Zulong Tower and fought with the Zulong Tower was because he did not want to be a coward. However, the strength of the three half-step venerables was too strong. Even with his strong body, he could feel his flesh breaking down as if he was going to be torn apart by horses. The three of them were severely injured, but Jiang Chen was even more severely injured. It could be said that the reason why he was still alive was because of the myriad Qi's continuous recovery and reconstruction of his body. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect with just the wood spirit alone. He's not dead yet. Dan Yingqing's face was pale. He was disappointed and his eyes were filled with despair. 3 half-step martial supremacies couldn't even kill a half-step divine king. Even if he won, how could he face the elders of Jiangdong? Shenyuan Wuqiong and Li Ziyan were also furious because Jiang Chen was still standing and did not fall. They could no longer withstand such a battle. They were about to run out of energy. What they didn't know was that Jiang Chen's injuries were even more severe than theirs. I want to go. In the blink of an eye, an extremely immature voice rang out in Jiang Chen's mind, but it gave off an incomparably firm feeling. This is the voice of the Sword Soul? Jiang Chen was surprised. This was the first time the Sword Soul communicated with him. Jiang Chen was sure that this was the voice of the Sword Soul. But why would the Sword Soul make such a sound? Jiang Chen was confused. But in the end, he could not help but look at the bottomless abyss. If it wasn't for the Sword Soul's voice, Jiang Chen wouldn't have turned around to look at the bottomless abyss. Because of the terrifying suction force, not only his body, but even his thoughts were being sucked into it. It was truly terrifying. He was confident in his strength, but he didn't think that he was strong enough to be one of the 6 death traps in the northern cold divine region. He didn't dare to risk his life in this place. The abyss was like a bloody mouth that could devour everything in the world. The fear was not from the senses, but from the pressure and corrosion that came from the bottom of his heart. If that's the case, I'll go and see what kind of existence is at the bottom of the abyss. Jiang Chen looked at the three of them with a hint of killing intent. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the others exchanged glances. They were already at the end of their lifespan and they were not afraid of death anymore. If they were to turn back now, wouldn't their reputation be ruined? They could die, but their past glory could not be erased. Looking towards the south of the central region divine land, the three of them simultaneously felt a hint of determination and awe. Since we are unable to head to the paradise that we yearn for the most, this battle will be our final opportunity. I have long wanted to see just how terrifying this legendary Luo Feng Valley is. The three of them had made up their minds to drag Jiang Chen into the Luo Feng Valley, and Jiang Chen did the same. The 4 of them were entangled with each other, and Jiang Chen was constantly being pushed back by the 3 of them. In the end, all of them fell into the Luo Feng Valley together. Ha ha ha, unexpected. Unexpected. Jiang Chen and the supreme elders of the 3 sects fell into the Luo Feng Valley. This is too exciting. Ha! It's too unexpected. Jiang Chen and the supreme elders of the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect are all dead. Our Linha boundary is going to be in chaos. Countless sects are going to fight each other. I wonder who will be the ruler of the Linha boundary this time. Damn. Is that true? Did I see it wrong? The 4 of them fell into the Luo Feng Valley. Even the heavens are helping me. From today onwards, the Linha boundary is going to change. The news of Jiang Chen, Shenyuan Wuqiong and the others falling into the Luo Feng Valley spread across the entire Linha boundary. Countless sects started to celebrate. Some of them even started to prepare for a rainy day. After all, with the death of Jiang Chen and the 3 supreme elders, the true peak powers would lose the ability to change the Linha boundary. Those sects who were ready to make a move had been waiting eagerly. Jiang Chen had eliminated the Clear Stream sect and heavily injured the top 10 sections. This was enough to shake the entire Linha boundary. How could those ambitious sects let go of such a good opportunity? A war was about to happen. The Linha boundary was in a precarious situation. Zhou Mountain Ridge. Luo Feng Valley. No one knew how terrifying this place, one of the 6 great death grounds of the northern cold divine region, was. However, according to the legends, no one could come out alive after entering it. It had always been the case since the ancient times. The cliff was high, the abyss was deep, the moat turned into a valley, the dark clouds disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen did not know how long it took him to fall into the gorge, because everything in front of him was gray, the visibility was less than 100 meters, there was no day or night, as if everything was in chaos. After a long time, he finally reached the bottom of the gorge. Without any accident, it was impossible for a half-step divine king to fall to his death with his bronze skin and iron bones. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the rest were dizzy from the fall as well. However, they did not die from the fall. All of them were heavily injured and their divine origin energy was depleted from the fall. Jiang Chen was the same. However, compared to the 3 of them, Jiang Chen was much calmer. The surroundings were filled with ancient trees that were thousands of years old. Broken rocks were scattered all over the place. Jiang Chen could not see the end of it even though he had great eyesight. Chapter 2749. The wind howled in the valley. It wasn't loud but it felt like it could blow into one's heart. A strong pressure made Jiang Chen's body feel like a curse had been cast on him. His strength was restricted and it was difficult for him to use his divine origin force. Not long after, the myriad qi in Jiang Chen's body started to recover. Looks like the myriad qi is really powerful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he could feel that the myriad qi had expelled the pressure from his body. Jiang Chen's blood was flowing with the aura of the myriad qi. That's why he was able to resist all poisons, which benefited Jiang Chen a lot. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at a place not far away. The 3 of them were standing right next to each other and their expressions were extremely ugly. Is this the bottom of the Luofeng Valley? To think that the 3 of us are still alive. Li Zheyan heaved a long sigh of relief and seemed to be extremely comfortable. After all, after falling into this bottomless abyss, the bottom of the Luofeng Valley that everyone was terrified of, there were only a few people who could still survive. Was he going to become that person whose name would go down in history? Thinking of this, Li Zheyan was a little excited. Looks like the Luofeng Valley is just a name. It's just a false alarm. Haha, to think that we're still alive. Maybe the heavens have given us a way out. We'll definitely be able to conquer the Linhe boundary and dominate the Lone Dragon County. We might even go to the northern cold divine region and march into the central region divine land. Dan Yingqing was extremely excited too. Looks like they'll be famous in the future if they could leave the Luofeng Valley. Do not underestimate this Luofeng Valley. Before us, an unknown number of people have fallen into it, and all of them died without a burial ground. Perhaps it is only luck that we are able to survive. Shenyuan Wuqiong said in a low voice, not daring to be slow. Looking at the bones around him, he felt a deep sense of fear. Dan Yingqing was slightly taken aback, and he shook his head. Old man Shenyuan, you are too nervous. Although I had the same idea as you before I fell here, it seems that we are making a big fuss. Although there are countless rumors about Luofeng Gorge, do you know the people who really died in Luofeng Gorge? Or do you know him? We've only heard about it through hearsay. That's why the Luofeng Valley is so miraculous that no one dares to enter. In reality, we've never seen it before. Whoever died here is just a legend passed down from ancient times. Who knows how many years it has been since the Luofeng Valley became one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Maybe we've all been deceived by our ancestors. Shenyuan Wuqiong and Li Zheyan were slightly stunned by Dan Yingqing's words. They couldn't help but relax a little because what he said made sense. If it was really a rumor that had been passed down from generation to generation, it would be understandable because no one had ever entered the Zhou Mountain Ridge Luofeng Valley in the past tens of thousands of years. The reasonable explanation caused the 3 of them to feel much more at ease. Brother Dan, I didn't expect you to wake me up with a single word. Ha! We've been too careful. Looks like the ancestors of the Linhe boundary were too surprised. That's why we got lost. However, we'll definitely become the focus of the entire Linhe boundary, and even the Lone Dragon County after we leave this place. I wonder if we can use this opportunity to break through to the Hierarch realm. Ha! Li Zheyan was extremely excited. At this moment, the 3 of them felt the same. They did not know what was going to happen next, but they would not be as cautious as before. I also want to see what's so mysterious about this Luofeng Valley. Shenyuan Wuqiong said in a deep voice. After listening to the two of them, he became more courageous. Those rumors were all discarded by him. It seemed like he was worrying for nothing. All right, the three of us will definitely conquer the Lone Dragon County in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Ziyan could not help rubbing his hands. The three of them looked at each other and left. The three of you really have a tacit understanding. You can come and go as you please? Jiang Chen sneered. Did these three old farts become stupid after being in seclusion for so long? How could they think that the Luo Feng Valley was not dangerous? Looks like it's hilarious. You're not dead yet? Dan Yingqing said angrily. How can I die when you guys are not dead? You guys should be the ones to die. This is a beautiful world. I still want to enjoy my life. You're just a bunch of old bones. It doesn't matter if you die. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. Because Jiang Chen could not feel any divine origin qi from them. In other words, they've become ordinary people. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen thought. It's probably because of his myriad qi that his strength did not change. However, that terrifying aura still made Jiang Chen uncomfortable. It was a pressure that was planted in the depths of his heart. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two did not have any strength. They were no different from ordinary people. That's why Jiang Chen was so disdainful of them. The funny thing was that they thought that this was a good place. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. Let's see how you're going to fight the three of us in this valley. Shenyuan Wuqiong said to Jiang Chen. Let's kill him first to prevent this kid from leaking out. I, Li Ziyan, will kill you today as a sacrifice to the souls of my Ghost Eye sect. Li Ziyan struck out with his palm. It should have been a thunderous roar, but he did not move at all. There was not even a trace of divine origin energy. Jiang Chen stood there with his arms crossed. Leng Leng looked at him. Shenyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing were dumbfounded. Li Ziyan was even more dumbfounded. Even a divine king would have to retreat when he struck out with his palm. How could it be that his palm didn't do anything? I'll strike again. Li Ziyan struck again, but it was still the same. How could this be? Why don't I have any strength left? Li Ziyan's face was filled with fear. He could not bear the feeling of falling from the heavens. Even if he was severely injured, he would not feel like this. At the same time, Shenyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing felt that something was wrong. There was not a trace of divine origin energy left in their bodies. What's going on? The three of them looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng said, There's reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Karma is what you deserve. The three of you, eat my palm. Jiang Chen flipped his palm without any hesitation. A thunderous force swept out from his palm. The three old men were instantly sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree that was tens of thousands of years old. Creaking sounds could be heard. The three of them looked pale and terrified. It was as if they were going to die in a split second. However, it was not because they were afraid of death. It was because they had the strength to control thunderbolts and stand at the top of the clouds. But now, they had become ordinary mortals. Such a difference was far worse than the danger of life and death. It made their hearts tremble. It was as if their souls were being pulled out of a cocoon and were completely hollowed out. No. This is impossible. This is impossible. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two could not accept this reality. They roared as if they had gone mad. Although Jiang Chen had only used 10% of his strength, the three of them were already on the verge of death. After all, they had lost their divine origin energy. They were just three mortals with the physique of a hierarch, but not the strength of a hierarch. Chapter 2750. Jiang Chen was like a high and mighty emperor. Shenyuan Wuqiong and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that they would lose all of their strength in the Luofeng Valley and become mortals. This was the scariest thing. It was even scarier than killing them. Jiang Chen looked at Shenyuan Wuqiong and the others. They had fallen from the altar into a bottomless abyss. Before they died, they had experienced the greatest ups and downs of their lives. Even Jiang Chen felt that these three fellows were truly pitiful. Even if it was him, it would be hard for him to endure that kind of extreme drop. His strength was like the heavens and the earth. In that instant, his dreams would come true. He would become an ordinary person. His thousands of years of cultivation would turn into nothing. In other words, he had lived his entire life in vain. Any human would probably have a mental breakdown, right? Jiang Chen finally understood the name of the Luo Feng Valley. Falling phoenix. Falling phoenix. Falling into the valley, even a phoenix from the 9 heavens would become a drowned chicken. Life was full of ups and downs, joy and sorrow. At this moment, the 3 of them felt as if their spirits had been sucked dry. Without Jiang Chen doing anything, they would probably die. I finally understand. Luo Feng Valley, Luo Feng Valley, falling all the dragons and phoenixes of the 9 heavens. Shen Yuan Wuqiong murmured. No one knew if the smile on his face was bitter or sorrowful. However, the look in his eyes indicated that he had already given up all the glory and power in the world. Who could understand the feeling in his eyes? Dan Yingqing and Li Zhiyan felt the same way. They had already become mortals and lost the strength and glory that they pursued in their lives. What's the point of living on? In an instant, Jiang Chen understood many things. Luo Feng Valley wasn't just a dangerous place, it was also a land of fortune. How many people could recover from such a huge drop in strength? Difficult, 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 as difficult as ascending the heavens. Jiang Chen finally saw the 3 people's confusion and despair. If he did not have the body of the myriad qi, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly froze. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing the dead branches and leaves on the ground. White bones were piled up into a pile. The sound of crunching was incomparably ear-piercing. This wind wasn't strong, but it was like a sharp black blade. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't tell how strong it was, but when the chilly wind blew past the 3 of them, it was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, instantly turning them into a bloody mess. Jiang Chen was startled for a moment, but soon felt relieved. The 3 of them were just ordinary people, so how could they withstand this chilly wind? There was no trace of divine origin power, which meant that their strength was not even at the empty god realm. It was simply impossible for them to fight against this sinister wind. Jiang Chen could ignore it because he still had his strength. However, Shen Yuan Wuqiong and the other 2 had been turned into a pile of meat paste and completely disappeared in the pile of fallen leaves. In the past, they were peerless and peerless in the world. Their skills were profound and they were admired by tens of thousands of people. They were half-step ultimate gods. Even in the Lone Dragon County, they were definitely first-class experts. However, in the end, they died tragically in Luo Feng Valley. It was a great sorrow, but it was also a kind of ending. For the 3 of them who were about to die, it was the best ending. From nothing to something, from something to nothing. They had experienced all kinds of things in the world. They were no longer venerables and no longer had to argue with the world. 3 half-step venerable realm experts had become history. Jiang Chen deeply felt the pressure and fear. The pressure in the bottom of his heart was unspeakable. Although he still had his strength, he did not care about the sinister wind around him. The strangeness of Luo Feng Valley shocked Jiang Chen. It could actually devour one's strength, causing one to fall from a powerful expert to a mortal. It was unacceptable. Moreover, in this seemingly peaceful Luo Feng Valley, when one's strength was weakened to the same level as an ordinary person, one would not be able to resist anymore. At that time, even a true god could easily deal with a natural crisis, but it had become a fatal blow to them. Therefore, in Luo Feng Valley, there were only ordinary people, which caused this scene. No one could change it because only death was waiting for them. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was trembling more and more violently, as if it was attracted by some kind of mysterious force. However, after understanding the strangeness of Luo Feng Valley, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At least his strength was not weakened, which meant that he still had the ability to protect himself. This heavenly dragon sword spirit must have sensed something. Otherwise, I would not have risked my life to come here. Now, it's time to see what's so special about Luo Feng Valley. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was being cautious. The 3 guys had already turned into dust. He did not want to spend the rest of his life here. At least, he needed to understand the surrounding environment first. Jiang Chen walked in Luo Feng Valley for 10 days, but he did not find anything unusual. There was sinister wind everywhere, but those above the true god realm were able to resist it, let alone Jiang Chen, who was a half-step divine king. However, this ordinary Luo Feng Valley was filled with bones that had not been destroyed for thousands of years. Those bones were scattered all over the valley. It could be said that Jiang Chen did not step down from the bones along the way. In these 10 days, he had walked about 30,000 miles, but he did not find anything. However, the thing that proved that Luo Feng Valley was extraordinary was the bones that were scattered all over the place. There were human bones, beast bones, and even some huge skeletons that could not be identified. They were like works of art, standing tall and standing alone within 100 meters radius. 30,000 miles was filled with bones, and there was no end in sight. Jiang Chen did not dare to imagine how many people had died in Luo Feng Valley. Even though he was calm and full of righteousness, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Moreover, there was no sign of life. Jiang Chen's perception towards life force was extremely strong. Because of the myriad qi, he was very sensitive to it, but he couldn't sense any life force within 30,000 miles. So fucking evil. Jiang Chen could not help but curse. However, what Jiang Chen was sure of was that the vague pressure was still there. He couldn't tell what it was, and he didn't know what kind of existence it was that made him feel this way. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the originally calm and incomparably stifling bottom of the canyon finally had a trace of unusual movement. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that there would be such a big movement at the bottom of the valley. Following the sound, Jiang Chen finally saw a different valley 100 miles away. It seemed to be a fork in the valley, and there were dead branches and rotten leaves everywhere. Jiang Chen did not understand why those dead branches and rotten leaves did not turn into dust after so many years. Chapter 2751. Jiang Chen finally felt the aura of life. Yes, it was the aura of life, and it was extremely strong. The closer he got to this place, the more he could feel how terrifying it was. It's here. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He found the aura of life, and it was the sound here that made him come here. Through the dusky light, Jiang Chen finally found the movement in front of him. It was a figure dressed in white. Her long hair was like a waterfall, flowing down to her knees. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Just by looking at her back, she was filled with an endless immortal aura. She was extremely beautiful, like a goddess that walked out from an ancient painting. She could not be seen from afar, nor could she be touched, nor could she have any evil thoughts in her heart. So beautiful! Jiang Chen said sincerely. Although he could only see her back, it was enough to make people sigh in amazement. This woman should only exist in the heavens. It was rare to see her in the mortal world. Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who would indulge in beauty. Just the aura of the figure dressed in white was enough to make people intoxicated, making it hard to extricate themselves. It was as if she was high up above, an existence that people always yearned for but could never reach. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Her silky black hair was as beautiful as a flower. She didn't see Chang'e flying to the moon. Only the rainbow was intoxicating. Around the body of the woman dressed in white, there were circles of green aura, like willow branches. The aura of the woman dressed in white was also fluctuating. Jiang Chen walked closer. He didn't want to blaspheme the goddess. He just wanted to know who this woman in white was. When he saw the appearance of the white-clothed woman, he was even more shocked. He sighed and was shocked that there was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. She was truly like the dawn, and he worshipped her like a god. The word beautiful was not enough to describe her temperament and appearance. Perhaps Wu Ningzhu's beauty was not inferior to hers, but her natural aura was something that any woman would submit to, and men would kneel before. This was the aura of a woman. Her slender jade-like hands were like spring onions, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her jade-like eyes could see 1,000 miles away, and her faint smile could charm hundreds of people. The goddess of heaven did not descend into the mortal world. Her gaze was fixed in front of her, incomparably focused. She exuded a cold and domineering aura, but there was also a hint of hesitation and panic, as if she had been immobilized. She stood there, unmoving even when Jiang Chen appeared beside her. "Who is this?" Jiang Chen asked curiously as he mumbled to himself. But in this abyss, no one could give him a satisfactory answer. Soul projection. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Without the strength of a hierarch realm expert, it was impossible for one's soul to leave one's body. Even he could not do it. He had the soul power of a hierarch realm expert, but he could not leave his body. Moreover, this kind of soul leaving was not a journey but a battle. Jiang Chen understood at that moment that the white-clothed goddess in front of him was probably fighting with someone. The murderous look in her eyes had explained everything. It was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, The white-clothed goddess did not seem to be weakened at all. Puff! The white-clothed goddess spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face looked slightly pale and her eyes dimmed. She fell into Jiang Chen's arms. "Let go," the white-clothed goddess said coldly. Her eyes were like torches. The moment she looked at Jiang Chen felt as if his body was pierced through and cold. She jumped out of Jiang Chen's arms at lightning speed as if she wanted to kill Jiang Chen. However, it was obvious that she was not concerned about that, but the anxiety and nervousness in her eyes. What a terrifying gaze. Jiang Chen could not help but be shocked. This person's strength might be stronger than what he had imagined. "You fell into my arms yourself," Jiang Chen said with dissatisfaction. "Goddess, I never expected you to be as cold as a mountain." "Who are you? Why are you here?" the white-clothed goddess, Lang Lang, asked. "I was bored so I came down to take a walk." "Can't I?" Jiang Chen said. At most, he would just run away. Was it because she was beautiful that she had such a bad temper? "Go, this is not a place you should be," the white-clothed goddess shouted and pushed Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen was stunned and did not react. It seemed like she did not want to harm him. Roar! A deafening roar was heard. It wasn't loud, but Jiang Chen knew how penetrating it was. His entire body felt like it had been shattered. Blood flowed out from all 7 apertures of his body. This was not a joke. This was the first time Jiang Chen had suffered such a serious injury, and it was all because of a furious roar. "I give birth to Prajna, save all living beings," the white-clothed goddess muttered. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen such a domineering woman. She formed a seal with her hands and the Sanskrit turned into rays of light that clashed with the roar. In the end, it dissipated. However, even this terrifying sound wave had heavily injured Jiang Chen. "Damn you! I finally know what it means to be a fish in the moat when the city gate is on fire." Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just recovered a little, but at this moment, to defend against this terrifying sound wave, he nearly died. Strong. Too strong. This was the only thought in Jiang Chen's mind. The owner of this roar was too oppressive. Pooh! The white-clothed goddess spat out blood again. This time, she really could not stand anymore. She was about to fall. Jiang Chen followed her like a shadow and supported her body. Although the white-clothed goddess was extremely unwilling, she had no choice. Her strength had been used up and she could not support her body anymore. Most importantly, the frightening pressure within the Luofeng Valley had caused the aura within her body to gradually weaken. "I'm afraid I don't have much time left," the white-clothed goddess murmured. Her beautiful eyes flickered with despair and stubbornness. "Ha ha, since you know you don't have much time left, why don't you obey me? Do you think that you can defeat me in this Luofeng Valley? If I don't use my primordial qi to change your body, it won't be long before your cultivation will be destroyed by the primordial qi in Luofeng Valley. You'll become immortal. When that time comes, you'll wish you were dead." A cold laughter reverberated in the valley. A giant shadow covered the sky and blocked in front of Jiang Chen and the white-clothed goddess. This is Chapter 2752. King of Ancient Beasts Ho! The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She could already feel the strength in her body fading away. Her recovery had become a fantasy story. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Ancient beasts. Ho! That was something that only existed in legends. Did it really exist in this world? Although he wasn't sure how powerful the Xueqi was, it was enough to shock the entire primordial era. It was the only beast that was fearless against the dragon clan. Countless dragon race members hated dragons to the bone for eating them. Dragons were the rulers of all beasts. But Ho could eat dragons. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Drinking the heavenly spring, eating the sky dragon, I'm talking about him. Jiang Chen didn't want to believe that such a thing existed in this world. But it was standing right in front of him. The white-robed goddess wouldn't lie to him. But this Xueqi was way too scary. Your strength should have already been exhausted. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. The white-robed goddess Lang Lang said. She stared at the Xueqi that shocked Jiang Chen. You're right, I'm indeed heavily injured, but don't forget whose territory this is. Ha ha! Once I recover my immemorial qi, you won't be able to escape. Even now if I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. But why should I kill you? In this world, There aren't many goddesses who are as beautiful as Nuwa. Xiongho's body shook. Her 100 zhong body turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular man. She was wearing rattan armor. Her eyes were wide open. She was extremely ugly. But she was very interested in the white-robed goddess. There's actually a small human here? Let me have a good meal. I don't know how many years it's been since I've tasted a human. Xiongho laughed coldly. You want to leave now? I'm afraid you can't. The white-robed goddess said faintly. Obviously, she was talking to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know the identity of the white-robed goddess, the fact that she was able to fight against Xiongho was enough to prove that she wasn't an ordinary person. The sky dragon's sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled even more violently. At this moment, not only him, even the white-shirt goddess and Xiongho fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen's sky dragon sword. A mere half-step divine king has such a divine weapon. The white-shirt goddess was slightly shocked, but Xiongho's eyes were filled with coldness because there seemed to be a terrifying sword spirit in the sky dragon sword that wanted to drink blood. He already has his own sword soul? Unfortunately, the sword soul was not mature enough. He's too weak. Xiongho glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Originally, I didn't plan to leave either. Jiang Chen looked at the white-shirt goddess and said with a smile. Just you? The white-shirt goddess smiled calmly. Although she was facing death, she was still calm and did not look worried at all. Just me. What do you think? Jiang Chen said calmly. Although Xiongho was extremely terrifying, he was severely injured after all. Hence, Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. Moreover, it was not his style to leave a lady behind. The white-shirt goddess was surprised and shocked. Where did this half-step divine king get his courage from? He dared to stand in front of her and block the immemorial ferocious beast for her. Moreover, the opponent's strength was unfathomable. Is he out of his mind? Aren't you afraid of death? The white-shirt goddess did not know where Jiang Chen got his courage from. A man has to stand in front of a woman. Jiang Chen stood in front of the white-shirt goddess and said in a deep voice. At that moment, the white-shirt goddess was shocked. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This young man was so arrogant and fearless. He did not back off in the face of death. Instead, he stood in front of her and said, "A man has to stand in front of a woman." Her heart trembled. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched by Jiang Chen's words. If she was at her peak, she would never look at Jiang Chen. But at this moment, when she had lost all of her strength and her life was hanging by a thread, Jiang Chen still said such words. She had to admit that this was something that she had never dreamt of. Although this kind of macho idea was a little annoying, her heart strangely felt a little at ease. This guy was risking his life. What a lunatic! The white-shirt goddess murmured. She did not know how long she had lived, but she still felt sad in front of this reckless man. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? How many men have the right to stand in front of her? A man should be crazy once in his life, especially not to let a woman suffer. Jiang Chen smiled. He was such a person. You could call him a lunatic, but as long as he felt that it was worth it, he would not back off. What a reckless human. Since that's the case, I'll enjoy your delicacy first. Ha! Xiongho laughed. Even though he had turned into his human form, his voice was still rough and domineering, causing others' hearts to tremble. Your strength has also been damaged. Jiang Chen and Xiongho looked at each other in anger. Even so, what's so hard about killing you? You're just a half-step divine king. You're just a piece of trash to me. Xiongho sneered and threw a punch. The roar of a tiger was as loud as thunder. Jiang Chen's strength was like a mountain that could move a mountain. Both of their attacks collided and something unexpected happened. She thought that Jiang Chen would be defeated easily, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. Jiang Chen gained the upper hand. Even though the punch did not determine the winner, Jiang Chen's physique was not weaker than Xiongho's. Both of them took a few steps back. Obviously Xiongho's face looked worse than Xiongho. Good lad. I have underestimated you. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with one finger. Xiongho roared. His eyes were burning with anger. Unfortunately, you're not. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. He exerted all of his strength. Both of them wrestled with each other. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. To fight this guy, Jiang Chen had to defeat him with lightning speed. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of tricks his opponent had up his sleeves. Chapter 2753. The 12 Fire God Guards attacked at once. The 12 Fire God Guards had reached the early Divine King realm after being refined by Jiang Chen. Now, they had undergone a tremendous change. They could even trap a late Divine King effortlessly. Moreover, with the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Jiang Chen was the main attacker while the 12 Fire God Guards were the main attacker. Jiang Chen immediately gained the upper hand and completely suppressed Xiong Ho. He's an interesting guy. Such a Divine King realm puppet. He's not simple. The white-robed goddess murmured and her eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's 12 Fire God Guards had all reached the Divine King realm. One should know that an early Divine King was powerful enough to establish a sect and become a Grandmaster or Old Ancestor in an ordinary world. Although they looked insignificant in a battle of this level, they were able to defeat Xiong Ho continuously. She could see through the danger that Xiong Ho was in. Most importantly, if Jiang Chen's cultivation realm was at the hierarch realm, she might not be so shocked. However, he was only a half-step Divine King, yet he had such a terrifying treasure. A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. If those late Divine King realm experts valued him, wouldn't he be in great danger? While the white-robed goddess was hesitating, Jiang Chen had already defeated Xiong Ho with the momentum of wind and thunder. Moreover, the attacks of the 12 Fire God Guards were not weak at all. Xiong Ho had used up too much of her combat strength in the battle with the white-robed goddess, and she was already at the end of her tether. At this moment, Jiang Chen's divine might gave her a chance to save the damsel in distress. Xiong Ho was pushed back by Jiang Chen. He was extremely embarrassed and gritted his teeth in anger. "Roar, bastard, you've angered me completely," Xiong Ho said fiercely. He was already in an extremely embarrassing state. How could he feel good after being beaten up by a half-step Divine King? If he was in his peak state, he could easily kill him with a finger. "Be careful," the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and retreated. Xiong Ho was courageous and fearless, forcing herself to the brink of death. However, Jiang Chen wasn't idling around either. The sky lightning in his hands had already fused together. An ordinary half-step hierarch would definitely cry and call him grandpa if he saw the heavenly lightning fusion. However, even if Jiang Chen used the heavenly lightning fusion, he would still be stopped by the 3 of them. However, the guy in front of him seemed like a fool, so it was worth a try. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, it seemed to look down on him. If he didn't teach it a lesson, Jiang Chen would be letting himself down. 12 Fire God Guards, stop him at all costs. Jiang Chen retreated step by step with a grave expression. The lightning in his hands was already gradually gathering. "This is heavenly lightning?" The white-robed goddess's expression changed slightly. She was shocked to see the lightning under Jiang Chen's hands. She didn't expect him to have such a technique. What is he going to do? "Go to hell. Devour the heavens and earth." Xiong Ho instantly transformed into its original form. It opened its bloody mouth and began to swallow Jiang Chen. It wanted to swallow Jiang Chen into its stomach. The 12 Fire God Guards did not give it the chance to do so. However, in the face of such a huge devouring power, even the 12 Fire God Guards were swallowed into its stomach. The moment Xiong Ho opened its mouth, a huge suction force seemed to absorb all of Jiang Chen's strength. His body was also sucked into Xiong Ho's eyes. "The one who should die is you. Heavenly lightning fusion. Let's see if you can withstand my attack." Jiang Chen was constantly being devoured by the Xiong Ho. When the Xiong Ho arrived in front of him, the heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands had completely fused together. This time, he did not hesitate. The dazzling heavenly lightning fused together. At that moment, it was like a lightning snake that filled the void. The Xiong Ho was swallowed by the lightning and it exploded into pieces. "I see. This little guy is really impressive. He can actually fuse the heavenly lightning. He is really talented," the white-robed goddess said softly. She admired Jiang Chen. At least at this moment, the crisis was resolved. Although Xiong Ho was blown into pieces and it was badly mutilated, the 12 Fire God Guards were not digested by it. However, its soul turned into a white light and wanted to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. How could he allow it to escape? I want. In Jiang Chen's mind, the childish voice of the sky dragon sword soul was once again recalled. It seems that the soul of Xueqi is a great tonic for you. Jiang Chen woke up from his dream. Maybe the sword soul was looking forward to Xueqi's soul. Want to leave? No way. Great Yu soul forming light. Suppress it. Jiang Chen took out the Great Yu soul forming light and Xueqi's soul was instantly suppressed. It turned out to be an Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. It was a pity that Xueqi was too weak now. It could not resist at all. The Emperor Realm soul was suppressed in the Great Yu soul forming light. The Great Yu soul forming light. I haven't seen it for so many years. I didn't expect it to lose its former glory. The white-robed goddess's eyes moved slightly and murmured. However, at this moment, the Great Yu soul forming light had lost its former glory. However, such a divine item could never be destroyed. Even after the earth-shattering war, it was still in the human world and had not been destroyed. She was even more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. Even she was surprised by the item in his hand. How could an ordinary half-step divine king have more than a dozen divine king realm puppets? How could he have a powerful divine weapon like the sky dragon sword? How could he have the Great Yu soul forming light? How could he successfully fuse the heavenly lightning that everyone was afraid of? Bastard. Damn human. Let me go. You will never leave this place. Xueqi's soul opened its mouth and roared. It was fearless in the Great Yu soul forming light. It was still ferocious. Really? I'd like to see how capable you are. Is the soul of an Emperor Realm really that amazing? Didn't I kill him all the same? My sky dragon sword is going to devour your soul now. Get ready to be punished. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed and said. He did not care about Xueqi's threat at all. Eat it! Eat it! The sword soul let out a childish voice at this moment. It was quite excited. All right. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately bound Xueqi's soul in the Great Yu soul forming light. At this moment, the sword soul of the sky dragon sword turned into a purple shadow and rushed into the Great Yu soul forming light. Jiang Chen was shocked. This was his first time seeing the true form of the sword soul. To be exact, he still couldn't see it clearly because the sword soul was just too fast. It grabbed Xueqi's soul and started to ravage it. You can't eat me. No. 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 Xueqi's soul let out a miserable cry. However, the purple sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword did not care about it and swallowed it into its stomach. Jiang Chen could only see the back of the purple sword soul, which was similar to the shadow of a dragon. However, when the purple sword soul swallowed Xueqi's soul in the Great Yu soul forming light, it immediately returned to the heavenly dragon sword. Buzz. The sky dragon sword kept buzzing. It seemed to be very excited. Burp. To Jiang Chen's surprise, he heard a burping sound. Could it be from the soul of the sword? I'm full. Let's sleep. Chapter 2754. Once a divine weapon has a saint's soul, its power will be limitless. Its quality will be even higher in the future. The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. However, your sword spirit ate Xueqi's soul. Xueqi feeds on dragons, and its soul is extremely powerful. In this world, there are only two divine beasts that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even dragons can't. The Ho is an ancient ferocious beast, but isn't the sword soul too picky? The weapon soul needs to be nurtured, just like humans. It needs to be nourished, just like how big fish eat small fish. This is the only rule of the world. The strong preys on the weak. It's nothing strange. The white-robed goddess nodded. Thank you so much this time, the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. It was Jiang Chen's fortune to hear her words of gratitude. If it wasn't for the coincidence of saving the damsel in distress, they wouldn't have met each other in the first place. It doesn't matter. If it was anyone else, they would probably lend a helping hand. Jiang Chen smiled. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely ugly. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked worriedly. I'm fine. The primordial chaos chi of the Xueqi has corroded my body. If I can't get rid of the primordial chaos chi in my body, I'm afraid. The white-robed goddess bit her lips and said with difficulty. Let me try. Jiang Chen said. His myriad chi body might be of help to her. Thank you. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Jiang Chen grabbed the white-robed goddess's slender hands. She blushed as if she was shy. Jiang Chen did not have any distracting thoughts in his mind. After all, he was trying to save someone. The primordial impure qi was extremely terrifying. Once he was corroded by it, his cultivation would be constantly weakened. Putting aside the threat of death at the bottom of the abyss, it was as she had said, it was very likely that his life would be in danger. Jiang Chen continued to pour his divine origin qi into the white-robed goddess body, but the effect was minimal. The primordial turbid qi in her body was still extremely terrifying. It was like a raging wild beast that was difficult to tame. The divine essence qi in Jiang Chen's body had already fused with the myriad origin qi. If even the myriad origin qi couldn't fuse with the primordial turbid qi in her body, then even he couldn't do anything. It still doesn't work. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely pale. Even so, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her temperament was magnificent. This primordial turbid energy is simply too overbearing. It's impossible to fuse with it. Jiang Chen felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. Xiong Ho's primordial turbid energy is at the same level as the myriad origin qi. How could it not be strong? The white-robed goddess smiled bitterly and shook her head. Now, only if there is enough myriad origin qi to change my physique can I be saved. However, I can't use my skills anymore. Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't have much myriad origin qi left. If he wanted to change his physique, he would need at least the myriad origin qi that he needed back then. Jiang Chen didn't have it at all. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I have the body of myriad origin qi. It's a pity that I don't have any myriad origin qi left. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He really felt sad in his heart. If a peerless beauty like her died just like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Jiang Chen knew that with her strength, she probably knew that he had the body of myriad origin qi long ago. She just didn't say it out loud. The white-robed goddess fell into silence and lowered her head. Her hair was so beautiful that even Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The white-robed goddess clenched her teeth and said with great difficulty, "There's one last way." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked hurriedly. "You and I perform the ceremony of Zhougong. Only then can the primordial turbid energy in my body be expelled." The white-robed goddess's face was tender and tender. She blushed so much that water could drip from her face. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. This was really difficult for him. He had been chaste for so many years. However, at this moment, he knew that the white-robed goddess in front of him must have no other way. Otherwise, with her pride, why would she say such a thing? Jiang Chen wasn't stupid. Before this, her strength and status were so high that he couldn't even reach her. Then I will suffer a loss? Jiang Chen took a glance at the white-robed goddess's embarrassed and angry face. His eyebrows furrowed and he was speechless. What? You? The white-robed goddess gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Chen. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. At this moment, she had already lost all her dignity. Yet this bastard dared to say such words. How could she not be angry? I don't mean anything else. I just feel that this is too abrupt, Jiang Chen said innocently. He pouted and looked at the white-robed goddess. Looking at you, you seem to have suffered a great loss. To be honest, I am the one who saved you, not the other way around. I can't help but worry that if you recover your strength, you will kill me. Jiang Chen could see the desire to kill from the white-robed goddess's beautiful eyes. The white-robed goddess silently lowered her head. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? How many years has it been? She never thought that such a ridiculous thing would happen at this moment. Plus, it was because of her. If she really gave herself to him, then who could explain her innocence in this lifetime? But if she gave up, she would die. Even if she could leave behind a remnant of her soul, she may not be able to go against the heavens and cultivate again. Many powerful cultivators have died halfway through their cultivation journey. Even the 1 in 10,000 chance was extremely slim. In other words, this was her only chance. Mister, are you willing to perform the etiquette with me? The white-robed goddess lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Even though she was arrogant and beautiful, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? In her eyes, this was a mark that could never be erased. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Forget it, this is the only way. Jiang Chen sighed. In his heart, He was extremely conflicted. However, a life was at stake. He looked at the white-robed goddess, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Could this be considered a one-night stand? With a beauty in front of him, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. However, Jiang Chen was a man of principle. If she didn't force him, how could Jiang Chen give in? Chapter 2755. The white dress was gone, the hazy shadow was gone, the beauty was beautiful, the songs were full of joy, the worries of the world were forgotten, the dreams were empty, the beauty was still there. When the back of the white-clothed goddess disappeared under Jiang Chen's gaze, he looked back from the shock. It was like a dream, but the beautiful pictures that lingered in the dream were imprinted in his mind, and he could not get rid of them for a long time. The white-robed goddess stood up, still high and mighty, cold as ice. Compared to before, she was even colder and more unreachable. Even her eyes were filled with frost. She knew that this was a hurdle she would never be able to overcome in her life. Even though she was a peerless beauty and looked down upon all the immortals in the world, even though she was so far away that she couldn't be reached, she still went to Mount Wu with Jiang Chen at this moment. The clouds rosy and the rain fell. It was hard to describe the joy. Turning around felt like a dream, looking back at the past. Life would not always go according to one's wishes, but in the eyes of the white-robed goddess, she lost her loyalty. This trip to the northern cold divine region was like a trip to hell for her. Jiang Chen wanted to save her, but that peerless beauty touched his heart. It had nothing to do with romance, it had to do with sincerity. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to be with the woman in front of him. She was high up and unreachable, and he was too weak compared to her. It was like the insurmountable moat of Luofeng Gorge on the roof of Zhou Mountain. There was only one way to make the moat a passable path, and that was to constantly become stronger, or even surpass her existence. Jiang Chen had mixed feelings. Compared to the white-robed goddess, he was a more emotional person. After having sex with her, there was a shadow in Jiang Chen's heart that he couldn't get rid of. But he knew that even if he wanted to take responsibility, she might not do it. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved me from disaster, and I am grateful for that. However, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The white-robed goddess said faintly. However, the anger and shame in her words were self-evident. However, her temperament and identity were as such. She stood above the 9 heavens and would not allow anyone to violate her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although he knew this was going to happen, it was still an unforgettable experience. He silently looked at the white-robed goddess and did not say much. Because with his current strength, even if he said more, it would be useless. If you can't protect a woman you feel you should protect, then you'd better not say a word. At this moment, the entire bottom of the abyss seemed to tremble as the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. That should be it, the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Her crystal-clear eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Give me back my son. Give me back my son. Jiang Chen's countenance suddenly changed. He tightly covered his ears. However, his mind was still shaken by this ear-splitting aura. His countenance changed a few times. Hurry up and leave this place. You shouldn't be here, the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She did not even look at Jiang Chen because she did not want to have any contact with this man. Jiang Chen frowned. He originally wanted to leave, but he did not expect this woman to look down on him. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive? However, Jiang Chen was not a narrow-minded person. After all, anyone would have done the same thing. Jiang Chen did not blame her. Before the white-robed goddess finished her words, her expression became extremely solemn. She had basically recovered her strength at this moment. Because half of the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body was absorbed by her after they had intercourse. She's really a sucking sucker. However, Jiang Chen only murmured this in his heart. Could it be the mother of Xueqi? Jiang Chen thought. At the next moment, he saw an incomparably huge shadow gradually appearing in front of the cave. Rumble! A shocking scene happened. The cave in front of him was actually separated by more than 1,000 feet. It was an incomparably huge cave. On both sides of the cave, there were 2 ferocious and terrifying beasts kneeling. Those beasts were not inferior to the Xueqi that Jiang Chen had killed before. In fact, they were even more powerful than the Xueqi. A terrifying aura spread out. The 2 beasts with different shapes actually had an aura that could devour the world. Jiang Chen's heart shivered. Even such powerful beasts could only guard the entrance? However, at the next moment, Jiang Chen noticed that the two beasts were actually still alive. However, they were no different from being dead. Because their aura, whether it was life aura or soul aura, was completely squeezed out. They were probably living a life worse than death. Chao Feng? Chao Feng? The white shirt goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. One could imagine how shocked she was. Even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Out of the 9 sons of the dragon, 2 of them appeared? Is this real? If the ancestral dragon emperor's soul wasn't in a deep slumber, he would probably be furious. Jiang Chen could tell from his attitude towards Qiu Niu. Although the ancestral dragon emperor was a man of few words, he was still his descendant after all. Jiang Chen frowned. At least he was indebted to the ancestral dragon emperor, and could be considered as half a member of the dragon clan. Although the 9 sons of the dragon clan weren't considered to be members of the dragon clan, if they were bullied by others, the dragon clan would still be infuriated. Other than the eldest, Qiu Niu, the 9 sons of the dragon clan had committed all sorts of crimes. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was unknown how many experts had died in their hands. Is this really Chao Feng and Chao Feng? Although Jiang Chen was doubtful, the aura of the 2 beasts should not be any weaker than Xiong Ho. Although there were many strong beasts in the immemorial era, there were only a few that could compete with Xiong Ho. Although Jiang Chen had never seen Chao Feng and Xuan Ho before, the white shirt goddess should not be wrong. You're indeed the king of the ancient beasts. You're so powerful. You even caught Xuan Ho and Chao Feng to guard the gate. Hee, I've underestimated you. The white shirt goddess Lang Lang said. She looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a huge white curtain that gradually converged and became a 10 zhang long blood-red Xiong Ho. The Xiong Ho's aura was powerful. Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure just by looking at its eyes. This fellow was too scary. If Jiang Chen could still fight against the Xiong Ho, then the Xiong Ho in front of him would not even have the will to fight. You killed my son. Chapter 2756. So what? I only want the Ice Origin Lake water bead. Hand it over and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The white-robed goddess didn't back down. She stood in front of Xiong Ho and said to Lang Lang, "Why can't I feel my son's aura? Why? Give me back my son." Xiong Ho's deafening voice forced the white-robed goddess to take 2 steps back. Jiang Chen could only watch from afar and didn't dare to get closer. Your son stopped me. He deserves to die. The white-robed goddess said in a deep voice. She stood proudly in the sky with an imposing aura. Such a peerless beauty. Jiang Chen could only sigh in his heart. Such a woman, who he had sex with before. Was she really the same person? You killed my son. I will tear you into pieces and torture your soul for the rest of your life. Ah! Xiong Ho roared furiously. It was a heart-wrenching cry mixed with the pain of losing its son. One could imagine how angry it was. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Humph. The white-robed goddess humphed. Are you a god or a demon? No matter who you are, I will make you regret coming to this world today. Xiong Ho curled up its fangs and stared at the white-robed goddess. Your consciousness is in a mess. You are talking nonsense. Humph. You are no longer as fierce and glorious as you were in the past. The white-robed goddess said. If that old lunatic didn't suppress me here, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Humans are all sly and cunning. I'm very curious. Who exactly suppressed you here? The white-robed goddess looked at Xiong Ho calmly. To be able to suppress it here, it wasn't something an ordinary expert could do. Even she couldn't do it. You don't have the right to know. Could it be a powerful being from the dragon tribe? Otherwise, why would you be suppressed for all eternity? The dragon race has always abhorred evil. The number of dragon race you have eaten is already uncountable. That's not right. If it was the dragon tribe, would Taunt and Tao Wu be suppressed by you? That's possible. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon tribe have always been ostracized by the dragon tribe. The white-robed goddess pondered and said, Stop guessing, you won't be able to guess it. As for the Ice Origin Lake water bead, you won't be able to get it. I'll kill you first and see if you're a god or a demon. Xiong Ho let out a furious roar. Her shadow turned into the air, and thunder rumbled within 10,000 li. It doesn't matter if I'm a god or a demon. What's important is that I have to get the Ice Origin Lake water bead today. The white-clothed goddess retreated and stabilized her figure. Her aura was vigorous and powerful. She was as light as a cicada's wings, but her aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. So powerful. Jiang Qin knew that the strength of the white-robed goddess was beyond his imagination. The so-called Xiong was the same. The younger one was killed, and now even the older one was showing off. However, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to become their enemy. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that these two fellows were the most terrifying men in the world. Although she was just a woman, Jiang Chen was still convinced in front of absolute strength. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight against a man and a beast. Strength didn't mean everything. However, when one was strong enough, he could change his fate. The most terrifying power in the world was to control the life and death of others. Jiang Chen hid far away. If he wasn't careful, he might be implicated. At that time, he wouldn't be able to help. Xiongho's aura could devour mountains and rivers. Her spiritual qi was refined. The wind blew under her feet and thunder rumbled. The heaven and earth were shaking violently. The valley might collapse at this moment. The white-clothed goddess did not want to be outdone. She wielded her aqua-blue long sword and swept it in all directions. Sword shadows fell and continuously cut off the spiritual qi of the ferocious mongoose. The battle between the two of them was quite intense, and there was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. It was because the two of them had turned their attacks from simple to complicated, reaching the most perfect peak state. There was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. Every single move had reached the peak state. Water-breaking spiritual light sword. The white-robed goddess unleashed a powerful attack. Although her sword technique was perfect and her qi was extremely powerful, it was still not enough. In Jiang Chen's eyes, if he had her strength, he would be more powerful than her. Obviously, she had more tricks up her sleeves and her sword technique was not her true killing technique. Jiang Chen was shocked. He was shocked that the white-robed goddess would be able to defeat the white-robed goddess. Insignificant skill. Go to hell. Xiongho wasn't as agile as the white-robed goddess. Her huge body twisted the universe. Her aura was unparalleled. Sound waves that were hard to detect were sent out. The white-robed goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. Xiongho's aura was unstoppable. I didn't expect you to be so hard to deal with. The white-robed goddess, Lang Lang, said. She had heard that Xiongho was the king of the three ancient ferocious beasts. Countless Emperor Realm experts had died in its hands. God knows how many ancient divine beasts it had devoured. However, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even though she had her guard up against Xiongho, she was still suppressed by it. 3,000 prajna. 10,000 phenomena vanity. The white-robed goddess remained calm. She kept her sword and formed seals with both of her hands. An invisible seal that was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth was constantly being formed. 100 feet of the sky was enveloped by it. The seal was like a myriad of clouds. When it gathered together, no one could see any changes. However, there were thousands of different forms. It was as if any one of them could turn into the 3,000 wisdom. The white-robed goddess struck with her hand. The seal had the power to break through the heavens. The storm roared and the sky changed color. As expected of a saint. What a powerful technique. Xiongho let out a low roar and kept retreating. His expression became incomparably solemn. But he didn't slow down at all. The strength of the white-robed goddess showed him that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. An ever-changing imprint broke through the void and smashed towards the Xiongho. The 3,000 prajnas, 10,000 manifestations of emptiness, seemed to have completely sealed the Xiongho, leaving no path of retreat. At this moment, the Xiongho opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the imprint into its stomach. One could very well imagine how tyrannical it was. The white-robed goddess remained unmoved. She formed seals with her hands and flipped them again. The seal was thousands of feet long. It was extremely unpredictable. Xiongho's devouring power didn't have any effect at all. Sky sound wave. Xiongho roared again. A terrifying hurricane was formed. Jiang Chen quickly entered the Zulong Tower. If he didn't seek shelter now, he would be crushed to death by the battle between the two. How terrifying. Is this the power of an Emperor Realm expert? Chapter 2757. Neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. This attack had completely widened Jiang Chen's horizons. The battle between the two was beneficial to him, because when they collided, Jiang Chen felt something different. It was the Tao. The Tao of an Emperor Realm expert was something he could not fathom at the moment, but he believed that it must be so, because his heaven-conquering Tao was also a Tao, but he could not figure out what was a Tao. There were thousands of Tao laws in the 3,000 great worlds. The formation of the no-beginning formation was the gathering of Tao. However, Jiang Chen could not perfectly display what Tao was. You're not bad yourself. You didn't ruin the reputation of the 3 great ancient ferocious beasts. It's a pity that my strength has been damaged, otherwise, I could kill you easily. The white-robed goddess Lung Lung said. Ha ha ha, why wouldn't I be the same? If I was at my peak, why would I be afraid of you? Back then, when the Dragon Clan's 9 great venerable emperors chased after my 2 prefectures, I killed them all the same. I ate at least 80 dragons, if not 100. Who didn't submit to me, Xiong Ho, wherever I went? Xiong Ho roared. Her voice was ear-piercing and shook the heavens. Among the 3 great ancient ferocious beasts, you're just at the bottom. Are you really a match for Mahamayuri? The white-robed goddess said disdainfully. There's only one Mahamayuri. Xiong Ho squinted her eyes and said in a deep voice. Obviously, she was not a match for Mahamayuri. I fought against Mahamayuri and never lost. Tell me, are you a match for me? The white-robed goddess said proudly. That kind of pride came from her bones. Standing on top of her peerless position, she naturally looked down on the world. Even Xiong Ho was nothing in her eyes. How many experts are there in this world? I'm just a mere ferocious beast. It's impossible for me to defeat all of them. At least, I haven't even broken through the Emperor realm. How could I be qualified to be a true almighty? Ha! You're the same. After thousands of years of cultivation, are you still the same? How many people in this world can truly be at the same level as the heavens? It seems that neither you nor I have reached that level. Xiong Ho said coldly. However, its words made the white-robed goddess silent. What it said was not unreasonable. It was just that she was not that stubborn. When Jiang Chen heard this, he could only sigh silently. He still had a long way to go. Dare he ask where the road was? Only by taking one step at a time could one create a glory that belonged to oneself. Therefore, I risked my life to obtain this Ice Origin Lake water bead. The white-robed goddess focused her gaze on Xiong Ho. Ice Origin Lake water bead. You're too naive. Even I haven't gotten it, let alone you. Xiong Ho said with disdain. You will tell me. The white-shirt goddess's fingers moved once more and an even more terrifying attack appeared in her hand. 3,000 Prajna, the great Tao is unified. A wave that was even more terrifying than before rose up once again. The terrifying hand seals swept across the sky, as if they were going to gather all the transformations in the world and unify all 3,000 Taoist magics. I didn't expect your Tao to be so complete. Xiong Ho roared and unleashed his full power. However, he knew that he didn't have many chances left. After all, he had been sealed in this abyss for tens of thousands of years. Although his devil heart hadn't changed, he was still gradually being suppressed. Whether it was his strength or soul force, they were both extremely weak. His true strength was only at the Emperor realm, that's all. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that the destructive force had pushed Xiong Ho back. The terrifying force shook the entire cave. Xiong Ho's body and soul were both severely injured. She lay on the ground, losing her previous domineering demeanor. Xiong Ho's body and soul were both severely injured. She lay on the ground, completely losing her domineering demeanor. However, Xiong Ho was still resisting with all her might. 2 terrifying soul forces intertwined with each other. Jiang Chen could hardly breathe and cursed in his heart. On the other hand, Jiang Chen looked at the white-shirt goddess. Her expression was extremely solemn. He could tell that she was extremely weak after using this attack. If this continued, both of them would suffer great losses. Xiong Ho was extremely furious, but she had no choice because the 2 of them were slowly consuming each other's energy. It depended on who could last until the last moment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Xiong Ho and the white-shirt goddess were almost out of energy. Are you really going to kill me? I'm the only one left of my Xiong Ho clan. Xiong Ho seemed to be a little afraid because she knew that if she continued to fight, she would definitely not have a good ending. Both of them would probably consume each other's soul force. To her, she had endured thousands of years of suppression. However, she could not die because she was the only descendant of the Xueqi clan. Hand over the Ice Origin Lake water bead and I'll spare your life. Although the white-robed goddess was also a spent force, she was still much better than the Xueqi in front of her. Her complexion was also relatively normal. The Xueqi did not know how long she could hold on, but she really could not hold on any longer. I didn't get the Ice Origin Lake water bead at all. Otherwise, do you think I would be at the bottom of this endless abyss? Not only did I not get the Ice Origin Lake water bead, but I was also suppressed here for countless years. The Ice Origin Lake water bead might just be a legend. Back then, I searched the world for the Ice Origin Lake water bead in order to revive my mother. Xueqi murmured. The white shirt goddess squinted her eyes. Her words might not be trustworthy or false. You were suppressed here by someone? Who? The number of ancient experts who have been able to suppress you for countless years can probably be counted on one hand. The white shirt goddess said coldly as she stared at Xueqi. If you want to know, you can go in and take a look. Wouldn't it be clear? Xueqi said in a low voice. Her aura was extremely weak. At that moment, Jiang Chen walked out from the Zulong Tower. You're still here? The white shirt goddess stared at Jiang Chen and said coldly. She did not expect him to survive the earth-shattering battle between the two. Even a hierarch expert might not have such an ability. Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of greed in its eyes. If it could devour Jiang Chen, it would be able to recover its strength rapidly. Jiang Chen had the body of the myriad qi. Even it was drooling over him. What a great myriad qi body. Xueqi's eyes lit up as she stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Do you want to eat me? Chapter 2758. If I was at my peak, you would have run away already, Xueqi said while gritting her teeth. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. A little guy who was not even in the Divine King realm dared to bully her. I was afraid that you would be in danger. That's why I stayed. Jiang Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would have run away a long time ago. He had gained a lot this time. At least, the story of that amorous affair was enough for him to remember it for the rest of his life. This is not a place for you to be. The white-robed goddess's attitude towards Jiang Chen was still cold. Forget it. I was thinking too highly of myself. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. It seemed like there was no need for him to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Xueqi moved all of a sudden. It used all of its strength and rushed towards Jiang Chen, wanting to swallow him in one gulp, because this was its only chance to escape. How dare you! The white-robed goddess shouted and rushed forward, trying to stop Xueqi. However, Xueqi had already used all her strength to devour Jiang Chen. This was the only chance for her to survive. The myriad qi body was unimaginably nourishing to her, especially at this critical moment. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted and he quickly retreated. However, Xueqi was the king of the immemorial ferocious beasts after all. She was too fast and terrifying. The heavenly dragon armor was broken by Xueqi in an instant. Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented danger. Even though Xueqi's attack was ferocious and swift, it was not impossible for the white-robed goddess. Jiang Chen had saved her life. At this moment, she would not frown even if she had to sacrifice herself for him. Because she did not want to and would never owe anyone a favor. The white-robed goddess and Xueqi clashed. A huge force surged out and sent Jiang Chen flying. However, Xueqi's plan did not succeed. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, the white-robed goddess was also in a difficult situation. She no longer looked like a celestial being. She was wearing a white robe but her aura was still unparalleled. This time, thank you very much, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. The white-robed goddess and Xueqi were already at the end of their strength. Xueqi was incomparably angry. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She was supposed to have a chance to fight back, but now it was all over. From now on, you and I owe each other nothing, the white-robed goddess said. Where is the Ice Origin Lake water bead? This is your last chance. Jiang Chen held the great Yu Soul forming light in his hand. At this moment, it was time for him to take action. Because the white-robed goddess and Xueqi had no more energy left. Their bodies and souls were extremely weak. Great Yu Soul forming light. Good boy, you're good, Xiong-ho said while gritting her teeth. She was unwilling to give up. However, the great Yu soul-forming light could suppress her weak soul. In the cave, there is a remnant soul and a chess game. If you win, the Ice Origin Lake Waterbead will appear. This is what the remnant soul told me. However, his soul power had lost its consciousness. As for who he was, I have no idea. I hope you're not lying. I'll keep you in the great Yu soul-forming light for now, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Don't force me. Otherwise, if I fight to my death, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. I'm not afraid of a small divine king, Xiong-ho said in a threatening manner. It was already at the end of its rope at the moment. I believe you. However, the prerequisite is that you can break my great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Chen held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. In an instant, Xiong-ho was suppressed. When she wanted to resist and break out of the great Yu soul-forming light, she was covered by an invisible aura. If I don't die, one day, my Ho clan will return to the world. Xiong-ho's angry roar resounded in the ears of Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess. The white-robed goddess glanced at Jiang Chen. This guy is not useless. It's a pity that these two fellows are half dead. I'll send you to paradise. Jiang Chen looked at the two ferocious beasts in front of the cave. His eyes lit up. He swung his heavenly dragon sword and the two ferocious beasts were killed by Jiang Chen. A teardrop fell from the eyes of the two ferocious beasts. Even their final gazes had become much gentler. Being kept in captivity by Xiong-ho and absorbing their chi of essence, no matter if it's their soul or body, they're already at the end of their rope. However, Xiong-ho kept feeding them and they became living nourishment. They're grateful for you. To them, this is a relief, the white-robed goddess said softly. In an instant, the two ferocious beasts disappeared from the world. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as the two Dragon Balls appeared in front of him. Although the Dragon Balls are good stuff, you deserve them. The white-robed goddess did not want to fight with Jiang Chen for the Dragon Balls. Then I'll take them. Jiang Chen kept the Dragon Balls and took a deep breath. He had gained a lot this time. Just as he was about to leave, the white-robed goddess walked towards the depths of the cave again. The reason why Jiang Chen wanted to leave was because he knew his own limits. Even a peerless ferocious beast king like Xiong-ho was suppressed by a remnant soul. What right did he have to explore the secret? Jiang Chen did not lack courage in his life, but he was not stupid. With his strength, if he wanted to explore the secret out of curiosity, he would definitely die. You still want to go in? Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed goddess. It's none of your business. As she spoke, the white-robed goddess entered the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen frowned. This person was not afraid of death. She might not even be able to defeat him now. Yet, she still wanted to die. Wasn't this a dead end? Jiang Chen wanted to leave, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. No matter what, she had become his woman. No matter whether she admitted it or not, this was a fact that could never be changed in the depths of his heart. Jiang Chen followed the white-robed goddess into the cave. Without the threat of Xiong-ho, the cave became much quieter. The wind was still blowing, but it was not as fierce as before. After entering the valley, it became much calmer. However, the oppressive atmosphere was still there. Jiang Chen was sure that the strangeness of the Luo Feng Valley had nothing to do with Xiong-ho. What a big game! Chapter 2759. Jiang Chen looked solemn too. Although he knew how to play Go, he was not an expert. He only knew a little about it and had never studied it before. The chessboard was crisscrossed, but Jiang Chen could tell that it was not an ordinary chessboard. On both sides of the chessboard, there was a stone platform. It should be the seats of the players. Just when Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess fell into silence, a black-robed figure appeared on one of the seats. He stood with his hands behind his back. His hair and beard were all white. However, no matter how hard Jiang Chen tried, he could not see his face clearly. It was as if his face was shrouded in mist, giving off a mysterious feeling. Most importantly, it was a soul. However, Jiang Chen could not feel any soul power from it. My two friends, hee. It is fate that we met. If you can solve this treasure, you will naturally be able to take away the Ice Origin Lake Waterbead. The black-robed old man said with a faint smile. His voice was warm, giving off a feeling of spring breeze. May I know your name, sir? The white-robed goddess asked faintly. Jiang Chen was confused too. After all, the appearance of this soul was too strange. They were not prepared at all. I am just a soul consciousness. To be exact, I don't know who I am. I don't know who you are either. I have left my consciousness here, waiting for the fated one to solve this treasure. Only then can my soul return to the heavens and earth. The black-robed old man said with a smile. A soul consciousness without any consciousness was able to suppress the immemorial beast king for so many years. I am afraid that there are only a handful of such supreme beings in the world. The white-clothed goddess murmured. Since the black-clothed old man didn't want to reveal his identity, she could only guess in her heart. However, this shock made her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Jiang Chen couldn't understand the white-clad goddess's shock because he hadn't reached the white-clad goddess's level yet. Naturally, he didn't know how terrifying this unconscious soul was. Since you've already entered the chessboard, there's no such thing as retreat. If you can't solve the world treasure puzzle, you'll be trapped here for all eternity until the heavenly Tao collapses and another epoch passes. Perhaps only then will you be able to escape this world treasure puzzle. The white-robed goddess gasped. The collapse of the heavenly path meant that unless the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, they would be trapped here forever if they could not solve the chess game. I'd like to see if this so-called treasure of yours is really that powerful. The white-robed goddess, Lang Lang, said. She knew that she was unparalleled in the world when it came to chess. Today, her desire to win was getting stronger and stronger. Please, the black-robed old man waved his hand. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them curiously, wondering if this white-robed goddess was as powerful as he had imagined. Xiong Ho hadn't been able to escape from this place for thousands of years and was trapped here. Jiang Chen was starting to regret his decision. This woman might not be any stronger than Xiong Ho. It was a dead end for them. This woman's ability to stir up trouble was truly indescribable. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, he was curious as he watched the two play chess. The white-robed goddess was a real master. She played dozens of chess pieces with the black-robed old man and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Both of them gave their best. Jiang Chen couldn't understand it, but he could see the terrifying murderous intent in the world treasure puzzle. It was like invisible sword chi, 19 of them. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. The white-robed goddess's face became paler and paler. Every move she made her look worse. After the 37th move, the white-robed goddess's face changed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the stone platform. You lost, the black-clothed old man said with a smile. Moreover, an extremely powerful pressure was exerted on the white-robed goddess. Her expression made Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. It was really pitiful. I forgot to tell you that every time you lose, you have to bear the pressure of the world treasure puzzle. Even a venerable emperor can't bear it more than 10 times. Therefore, the beast would rather be trapped by me for countless years than try to break the puzzle for the 10th time. The black-robed old man said with a faint smile. However, it was extremely irritating to Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess. Does this old man really think this is a joke? We are risking our lives. Thank you. The white-robed goddess remained calm and stood proudly in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were full of determination and stubbornness. Jiang Chen had only seen such determination in himself. That kind of determination was indescribable. Even if she died 9 times, she would not regret it. She would not give up until she achieved her goal. The second time, the 44th move, she still failed. The pressure on the white-robed goddess increased. Jiang Chen could see the determination in her eyes. More importantly, he felt the pressure too. It was just that the degree was different. However, it was as if 1,000 zhang tall mountain was pressing on his body. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The third time, the 52nd move, the white-robed goddess failed again. The pressure on Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess became heavier and heavier. The fourth time, the 77th move, the white-robed goddess still failed. The fifth time, the 93rd move, the white-robed goddess's eyes were full of determination and pain. The pressure that Jiang Chen was enduring was extremely oppressive to him. Fortunately, he was not a match for an ordinary half-step divine king. The 6th time, the 7th time, the 8th time, they all failed on the 144th move. The 9th time, the same number of steps, the white-robed goddess failed again. She had used everything she had learned in her life, but she still failed. To her, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Her soul felt like it was being locked. She couldn't move at all. This kind of pressure had already seeped into her bones. However, she was not willing to give up. Because she had failed again and again in the same place. She seemed to have entered a dead end. No matter what, this was a treasure that could not be saved. I am not willing to give up, the white-robed goddess said while gritting her teeth. Her eyes were full of desire to win. However, she had failed 9 times in a row. It was a huge blow to her. Now, there was only one more move left. The result might be unimaginable for her. The black-robed old man had said that even a venerable emperor might not be able to withstand the pressure of 10 moves. That evil creature has made countless deductions for millions of years. In the end, she did not have the courage to complete the 10th move. The black-robed old man said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed goddess silently. He was successfully captured by her. Because he felt that his soul was locked. He could not escape at all. He could only wander in this cave. Are we really trapped here? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He could not help but look at the white-robed goddess. At this moment, she was also silent. His body was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Could it be that this treasure of heaven and earth could not be broken? The white-robed goddess wanted to look back at Jiang Chen, but she could not do it. This guy insisted on following her into the cave. In other words, the two of them were trapped in a dangerous situation. Chapter 2760. Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess exchanged glances. Both of them looked solemn. However, it was useless to blame anyone at this moment. Jiang Chen could only think of a way to get out of this place. The white-robed goddess stared at the gigantic chessboard. There were countless times when she wanted to play the last game, but she resisted the urge. Because if she couldn't break the last game, she and Jiang Chen would be trapped here until they die. God's will. God's will. It seems like nobody can solve this heaven and earth treasure. An era has passed and it's still the same. The old man smiled bitterly. His voice was filled with sorrow. One could imagine that he actually hoped that someone could solve this heaven and earth treasure. However, nobody succeeded. Do you really hope that someone can solve this heaven and earth treasure? Then why can't you find a way to solve it when you are playing against others? Jiang Chen looked at the old man with his fiery eyes. I want to lose because this heaven and earth treasure wasn't set up by me. I also want to solve it but I can't. The old man said helplessly and shook his head. Then who set it up? You also want to solve it? Haven't you studied it? Don't tell me you didn't learn anything after thousands of years? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I don't know who did it. However, after so many years, I know that this heaven and earth treasure is a changing situation. There are thousands of changes and thousands of paths leading to the same destination. It can guide people's thoughts and change this heaven and earth treasure. The heaven and earth treasure is unbreakable. How can this era stop the sky and earth from collapsing and the sea from drying up? The black-clothed old man said blankly. There were some things that Jiang Chen didn't understand, but he managed to grasp the main point of the black-clothed old man's words. In order to break out of this situation, they had to disrupt everything and rearrange everything. They couldn't allow others to lead them by the nose. In other words, to break out of the situation, they had to change the original situation of this natural treasure. Solve the situation. Solve the situation. To solve the situation, one must change everything. One will be led by the nose by others. Jiang Chen murmured. No matter how good the white-robed goddess was, she was still defeated by the black-robed elder. No matter how long the black-robed elder studied the game, he couldn't find a way to break the game. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a bright light. Is there one more chance? I want to try. Jiang Chen said. The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and indifferent. She didn't have the right to stop Jiang Chen from breaking the deadlock. Although the last round was extremely important to them, Jiang Chen didn't say a single word when she failed 9 times in a row before. Do you really want to try? If you lose, then the two of you will be destroyed. The black-robed old man asked in a deep voice. Jiang Chen couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he might face even more terrifying changes, this was their only chance. Jiang Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. He had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If one day I can fulfill my ambition, I will laugh at Huang Chao for not being a man. Even if I compromise, I can't escape my fate. Why should I struggle here? Jiang Chen said proudly. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Young friend, you are indeed generous. Ha ha ha, please. The old man in black said with a smile. Senior, I hope you can make way for me. Jiang Chen said. The old man in black was slightly stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but he still made way. The white-robed goddess stared at Jiang Chen silently. She didn't know what he was planning. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed at the chessboard. At that moment, the old man in black and the white-robed goddess were shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. The 100 zhong chessboard was torn apart. Countless chess pieces were also torn apart. In an instant, the chessboard turned into a pile of rubble. The black-clothed old man didn't expect Jiang Chen to do something like this. Jiang Chen slashed the chessboard with his sword. All the chess pieces were shattered by the sword qi and exploded. The Heavenly Treasure's chessboard was gone at this moment. It had become a pile of dust on the ground. This is my way of breaking the chessboard. Jiang Chen kept his sword and said in a deep voice. The so-called breaking the chessboard was to cut off the past and change the situation completely or even destroy it. Without destruction, there can be no construction. After destruction, there can be a new construction. What a madman. The white-robed goddess frowned. She didn't think that Jiang Chen's method would work. Ha ha ha, what a good way to break the chessboard. Without destruction there can be no construction. The black-clothed old man laughed. At this moment, the mist in front of him had gradually disappeared, revealing a skinny face that looked ordinary. Even the white-clothed goddess had not seen him before. However, his eyes seemed to have a myriad of luster, like an endless starry sky. Apart from that, the excitement and joy that blossomed in his eyes were also expressed in his words. Is this the way to break the chessboard? The white-robed goddess murmured. She couldn't believe that Jiang Chen's way of breaking the chessboard was to cut off the chessboard of heaven and earth. In other words, destroy. After destroying there can be construction. There are all kinds of strange things in the 3,000 great worlds. One era, another era. My friend, your way of breaking the chessboard has given me hope. The skinny old man said. His heart was filled with emotions. He had gone through countless reincarnations and faced countless challenges to get to where he was now. Is this the way to break the chessboard? Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even he didn't expect that to be the way to break the chessboard. Without destruction, there can be no construction. That was why Jiang Chen never acted according to the rules. This time, he took a risk and he wasn't confident that he could win. However, it was too difficult to break the chessboard. Senior, may I ask who exactly are you? The white-robed goddess knew that she was extremely tiny in front of him. She didn't dare to guess how terrifying this person was. I've said it before. I don't know who I am. I'm just a thought, not a real spirit. This time, you've broken the chessboard and freed me. Here's the Ice Origin Lake water bead. The old man flicked his finger and a crystal-clear spiritual bead was pushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed it. The Ice Origin Lake water bead was much more powerful than the dragon bead. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't control the Ice Origin Lake water bead with his current strength. Chapter 2761. The moment Jiang Chen accepted the Ice Origin Lake water bead, the white-shirt goddess's eyes were filled with disappointment. Without Jiang Chen, she might not be able to leave this place alive. The Ice Origin Lake water bead should belong to Jiang Chen. She had no complaints. When you reach the Emperor Realm one day and return to this place, I will give you a great fortune. The old man looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen did not say much. He had no idea when he would reach the Emperor Realm. He did not take it to heart. However, the white-shirt goddess was deeply shocked. Do you know that the skinny old man before you is one of the strongest people in the world? Do you know how powerful he is to be able to give pointers to an Emperor Realm expert? The skinny old man turned around and left. His figure gradually faded into nothingness as he murmured. He continued to murmur, a dream to the three pure ones. The 3 pure ones will appear and form the sacred court. I will cut off the past and not let down the heavens." After speaking, the old man disappeared into the depths of the void along with the sound of the wind. The surrounding pressure had also disappeared at this moment. At the same time, the entire divine world was shaken. At the foot of the great spiritual mountain in the West Pole divine region, a broken statue that had not moved for thousands of years shattered into pieces. At the East Sea in the East Sea of the Dongsheng divine region, unprecedented waves rose. An abandoned relic rose from the sea and shook the 9 heavens. The entire Dongsheng divine region was in an uproar. At the desolate divine region, countless ancient demonic beasts wreaked havoc and roared for thousands of miles. At the central continent divine land, an old man stood on a pagoda. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the north. He coughed lightly. He formed a hand seal with his fingers and suddenly opened his eyes that had not looked at the geniuses of the central continent for many years. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his eyes, as if it could see through thousands of miles. He said softly, "Is the sky really going to change?" At the ridge of Zhou Mountain, above the Luo Feng Valley, Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at the towering chasm in silence for a long time. Xiong Ho had already been killed by him and only her soul was left. It was trapped in the great Yu soul-forming light and the white shirt goddess in front of him was about to pass away. "Can I exchange for your ice origin lake water bead?" "Anything you want, no problem." The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. "Is it okay for me to want you?" "Ha ha." Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The white-clothed goddess's sword had already appeared on Jiang Chen's neck. The moment it closed in on him, Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't run even if he wanted to. "I'm just joking. Don't be so agitated." Jiang Chen pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't make me kill you." The white-robed goddess said arrogantly, "Is the ice origin lake water bead very important to you? If you want to exchange it with me, is there anything more valuable than it?" Jiang Chen's words made the white-robed goddess speechless. That's right. What she wanted was the ice origin lake water bead because it was related to her life and death. However, was there anything more important than the ice origin lake water bead in her hands? There doesn't seem to be. The white shirt goddess turned around and left. Her eyes were filled with sadness. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen suddenly stopped the white shirt goddess. The white shirt goddess was slightly stunned. "You and I are from 2 different worlds. Who I am is not important to you and I don't care who you are." "All right then." Cat. Jiang Chen threw the ice origin lake water bead to the white shirt goddess. The white shirt goddess looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief and was slightly stunned. However, Jiang Chen had already turned around and left. "Like what you said, who I am is not important to you. However, remember my name. My name is Jiang Chen. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Jiang Chen's figure was still nowhere to be seen. However, the white shirt goddess was still standing there blankly. "Do we really not owe each other anything?" The white shirt goddess touched the ice origin lake water bead in her hand and sighed. She had mixed feelings in her heart. "Fire Qilin. This is a good item. That Jiang Chen has jumped into the Luo Feng Valley. Aren't we the rulers of the entire Linhe boundary now?" "Ha!" A mid-divine king realm expert said. "Yeah. Jiang Chen is dead. The supreme elder of Clear Stream sect and the 3 old monsters are all dead. What do we have to be afraid of? Ha! The Linhe boundary will be ours in the future." Another mid-divine king realm old man said with a smile. 6 mid-divine king realm experts said proudly and hovered in the sky above profound Feng sect. "Fire Qilin is an ancient divine beast. If we can tame such a divine beast, we will definitely be able to shine. In the Linhe boundary, we will be able to rule the heavens." It's a pity that the Fire Qilin is extremely difficult to tame. Even with the few of us working together, we still failed to take it down. Looks like we need to increase the number of early god kings. We have to take it down. Profound Feng sect is nothing to be afraid of. But we must get this Fire Qilin. Countless experts hovered in the sky above profound Feng sect. The Fire Qilin had lasted for 10 days. If it wasn't for the Fire Qilin, perhaps the profound Feng sect would have been annihilated. Jiang Chen's death was a great shock to the Linhe boundary. Now that the devil incarnate was dead, the Linhe boundary regained its peace. No one could stop them. Jiang Chen was extremely important to the entire Linhe boundary. The Luo Feng Valley was a place of death that was acknowledged by the entire northern cold divine region. How could Jiang Chen survive after entering the Luo Feng Valley? So, at this moment these people were extremely mad. They were not afraid of the profound Feng sect. They were only after the Fire Qilin. Whoever obtained the Fire Qilin would definitely become the leader of the entire Linhe boundary. How could they not be excited? Although the Fire Qilin did not belong to the profound Feng sect, the Fire Qilin was still protecting the profound Feng sect. So, their target was the profound Feng sect. They knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Fire Qilin. But now that Jiang Chen was dead, who would be able to save those people? Jiang Chen's death required the emergence of a new leader of the Linhe boundary to decide the fate of the entire Linhe boundary. The change of power was normal. Jiang Chen's death was just the beginning. Jiang Chen? When will you come back? Chapter 2762. Senior Fire Qilin, it's better for you to leave now. Although our profound Feng sect is weak, we will not allow others to trample on our dignity as long as we still have our pride. Xian Qingming said solemnly. His expression was extremely depressing. Profound Feng sect was facing a life-and-death situation right now. It was all because of the Fire Qilin that profound Feng sect put his life on the line. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers would have become crushed stones under those people's feet. The Fire Qilin shook his head and said, I will not leave, even if it means death. Xian Qingming admired the Fire Qilin's stubbornness, but at the same time, he felt guilty. However, the Fire Qilin knew that their real target was him. As long as they could obtain the Fire Qilin, they would become the rulers of the Linhe boundary. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a thorn in their side. Now that Jiang Chen had disappeared without a trace and nobody knew whether he was dead or alive, they wanted to torture his father to death to vent their hatred. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was already dead. How could he survive if he jumped into the Luo Feng Valley? However, the Fire Qilin felt that as long as Jiang Chen was still alive, he would not allow anyone to step into the profound Feng sect. He wanted to protect Jiang Chen's sect and his father. Not only humans, but also the divine beasts. Their promises were also priceless. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. The Fire Qilin knew that Jiang Chen's kindness to him could not be repaid even if he died 9 times. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. Jiang Chen had said that when he returned, the Fire Qilin would not frown even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Sect Lord Xian, is the Luo Feng Valley really that terrifying? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Xian Qingming and asked with difficulty. To him, Jiang Chen was his everything. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't die so easily. But looking at the enemies coming from all directions and the unknown of Jiang Chen's fate, his heart was still unsettled. Xian Qingming smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to answer this question. Jiang Chen's death was already a foregone conclusion. No matter how powerful he was, that was one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Not to mention the Linhe boundary, even the Lone Dragon County and the northern cold divine region wouldn't dare to explore the Luo Feng Valley. Those reckless people never appeared again after they entered Luo Feng Valley. Even the Divine Emperor Realm super experts were no exception. The Luo Feng Valley was an incomparably huge abyss of death to them. No one dared to step into it. To the people of the Linhe boundary, they would rather die than to go to the Luo Feng Valley. The experts of the Clear Stream sect, Divine Pill sect and Ghost Eye sect disappeared at this moment. Countless experts who were secretly watching the battle saw Jiang Chen and the 3 Supreme Elders falling into the Luo Feng Valley. It had been more than a month now, there wouldn't be any news about them anymore. The Luo Feng Valley, the 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix fall. Even if you're peerless and powerful, you can't defeat the Luo Feng Valley. Xian Qingming said in a low voice. He could only sigh in his heart when he mentioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the strongest disciple in the history of Profound Feng sect. Moreover, Profound Feng sect was the pride of the entire Linhe boundary. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was too outstanding and died at an early age. It was a pity that Jiang Chen died before he could rise in Linhe boundary. If it wasn't because of the Supreme Elders on the 3 great stages forcing him to perish together, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to dominate the Lone Dragon County in the future. Even though Profound Feng sect was in danger, he did not blame Jiang Chen. It was the will of the heavens. What's the use of forcing it? Then my son, Jiang Zhenhai remained silent for a moment and murmured. His eyes were filled with worry and sorrow. However, he wanted to see Jiang Chen alive, dead or alive. His son knew very well that Jiang Chen might not die without a burial place. From Saint Origin World to Nine Region Immortal World, and now to the Divine World, Jiang Chen had gone through countless life and death tribulations, but he was always able to survive in the end. Although Jiang Zhenhai thought so, he was still worried after hearing Xian Qingming's words. Not everyone could get close to the Luofeng Valley. A divine emperor expert was like a supreme venerable to them. Even they lost their wings in the Luofeng Valley. The terror of the Luofeng Valley was self-evident. Brother Jin, even if I die, I want to be with you. I believe that your son will not let you down. Lin Ruyue comforted him. But how could Jiang Zhenhai be happy? If Jiang Chen did not return, then Profound Feng sect would be in danger and they would become the dust of history. I have a plan. Elder Jiang, let the Fire Qilin send the two of you away. Xian Qingming said. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head. My son is a man of indomitable spirit. How can I, his father, be a coward? If we leave now, wouldn't Profound Feng sect be the first one to face the calamity? Live and die together. I, Jiang Zhenhai, will never frown. Jiang Zhenhai and the Fire Qilin were so stubborn. To Xian Qingming, it was a big problem. He did not want Jiang Zhenhai to be in danger. But now, it seemed like they could only live and die together. No wonder he was able to raise such an indomitable and righteous son like Jiang Chen. Ha! Fire Qilin, you're at the end of your rope. If you want to fight with your life on the line, then wait for your death. I don't believe that you can go against the entire Linhe boundary. Ha! Yeah. Surrender now. Fire Qilin, Jiang Chen is dead. If you guys continue to resist, then don't blame us for being merciless. Jiang Chen is dead under the Luofeng Valley. It's futile to struggle. Why? A wise man submits to circumstances. Fire Qilin, with your intelligence, don't you know that you're in a dead end now? Why are you still talking to him? Fire Qilin's body is a treasure. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's tear it apart and eat it. Isn't that great? Ha! The shadow that Jiang Chen left on us in the past shall be repaid by his beast and father. 6 experts gathered here. Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect were the leaders. 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts occupied half of the place. There were also 20 early Divine King Realm experts. The Fire Qilin would not be able to escape. These people were the hidden elders of the sect. Although they couldn't be compared to Shenyuan Wuqiong, Daning Qing, or even Li Zhiyan, they were still true old monsters. Mid-Divine Kings weren't easy to deal with. Even if the Fire Qilin was talented, the 6 mid-Divine Kings were enough to give him a hard time and a sense of danger. Fight with my life on the line. I, the Fire Qilin, am not afraid. Chapter 2763. Even though the Fire Qilin was being suppressed by the 2 great experts, it did not show any signs of being defeated. Instead, it was getting more and more courageous. But how could the 6 great experts not know that? As long as the Fire Qilin was slowly killed, the Fire Qilin would naturally be defeated. The Fire Qilin knew that this was his last battle. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen could come back or not, he had tried his best. Jiang Chen's kindness was as heavy as a mountain. The Fire Qilin could not repay him. But his persistence and determination made those people who tried to take advantage of him feel ashamed. Those people bullied the weak and feared the strong. When Jiang Chen suppressed the Clear Stream sect, no one dared to go against him. But when they knew that Jiang Chen was dead, they immediately pointed their spears at the Profound Wind sect, and the Fire Qilin was also coveted by everyone. Without any hesitation, the Fire Qilin joined forces with several other sects to suppress the Profound Wind sect and punish the Fire Qilin. When Jiang Chen was here, you cowards didn't dare to be presumptuous. Now that Jiang Chen has disappeared without a trace, you guys are acting so wantonly and using all of your methods. I'm truly impressed. Humph. I will not let you guys succeed even if I have to risk my life. If you want to catch me, bring some of you down with me first. The Fire Qilin was unstoppable as it soared into the sky. Its fiery aura swept across the sky like a thunderbolt. Everywhere it passed by was scorching hot. The 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts did not dare to be careless. They quickly retreated as they fought. Everyone, let's kill this monster and eat it, Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He was a hidden elder of the Ghost Eye sect, and his strength was not any weaker than the sect lord. However, he was also in closed-door training. Now that there was no one in power in the Ghost Eye sect, he also appeared here to lead the group. All right. I agree. The Horn of the Fire Qilin is mine. It's a supreme treasure for alchemy. Ha! Dan Guifeng said with a smile. The prodigy elder of the Divine Pill sect went into seclusion for 1,000 years. After he came out of seclusion, he soared to the sky and brightened the eyes of the entire Linhe boundary. Haha! Well said. I must get these 2 legs of the Fire Qilin. After eating them, I will definitely feel refreshed and my strength will soar. Someone laughed out loud. 6 people surrounded the Fire Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin was ferocious, it was still difficult for him to fight against 6 people alone. These 6 people were the true experts of the Linhe boundary, and they were definitely not weaker than the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin had already experienced 4 battles, and it was getting more and more difficult for him. No matter how extraordinary your natural talent is or how extraordinary your divine beast is, you still have to lower your head before us. Fuck off. Every move was vicious, forcing the Fire Qilin into a dead end. He could only fight with his back against the wall. The 6 of them retreated as they fought, not giving him any chance at all. The Fire Qilin was in a perilous situation. The god artifacts in the hands of the 6 of them attacked one after another. The Fire Qilin could not keep up with them. He was continuously injured. This time, it was even more difficult for him. The wounds on his body had not healed yet. He had already lost the initiative under the continuous attacks of the 6 people. At this moment, his injuries were getting more and more serious. He had lost the aggressiveness to fight till the end. The Fire Qilin was defeated by the 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts. The other early Divine King Realm experts also took action, not giving the Fire Qilin any chance to fight back. This battle was not any weaker than the battle between Jiang Chen and the other sections. However, the Fire Qilin did not have the ability to turn the situation around like Jiang Chen did. Numerous wounds could be seen on his body, dripping with blood. Growls could be heard coming from his body, expressing his anger and unwillingness to accept this. However, facing so many powerful experts, it was getting more and more difficult for him. His situation was extremely worrying. The 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with him. They wanted to exhaust him to death. This was the most effective method, to fight the Fire Qilin till the end. In that case, they would suffer great losses as well. However, exhausting the Fire Qilin to death was the best method. The Fire Qilin's body was covered with blood. How tragic and how difficult it was. Shen Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were heartbroken. However, there was nothing they could do. With the death of Jiang Chen, they could only become sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The battle between the sects in Linhe boundary had only just begun. With the disappearance of Jiang Chen, the transcendent existence, the Linhe boundary would not be peaceful for at least 100 years. No one dared to fight against the Fire Qilin's desperate attack. After all, who would live and who would die at this moment? Even if they survived, they would be heavily injured by the Fire Qilin. Why should they fight against him? You damned humans, who dares to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared furiously. Unfortunately, the Fire Qilin was alone against close to 20 god kings. Fresh blood flowed out unceasingly. It was a sight that made one's heart ache. His blood-red eyes formed scabs. Thick scales covered his entire body. His muscles and bones were exposed, making one feel pity for him. The Fire Qilin was gasping for air. He knew that he did not have much time left. Jiang Chen, let's continue this relationship in the next life. Even if I die, I will die standing. I will not embarrass you. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with tears as he charged into the clouds. He wanted to fight to the death with them. This fella is definitely going to die. He's still struggling. He really doesn't know his place. He would rather die than to surrender. Sigh, if that's the case, it suits my appetite. Hee hee, it's the first time I've eaten the meat of the Fire Qilin. Someone said with a smile. His eyes were filled with excitement and greed. He's going to die soon. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He and Dan Guifeng charged forward with irresistible force. The Fire Qilin was filled with despair. It seemed that Jiang Chen was already dead. He did not believe it at the beginning. Now, the Fire Qilin had no hope. Fire Qilin, your time of death has come. The Fire Qilin looked at the enemies coming from all directions. There was no joy nor sorrow in his heart. In this life, he hadn't even stepped onto the peak and he was about to be killed. It had to be said that in the Qilin clan, this was a common occurrence. After all, the Qilin clan wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan also had their own clans and clans. The Qilin clan completely relied on their inherited memories and didn't have a true clan. This led to the rarity of Qilins. Get lost! An earth-shattering roar was heard. Everyone trembled. The Fire Qilin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the majestic figure in the void. He was filled with shock and surprise. Zhang Zhenhai was the same. He looked at the back of the figure holding the green robe in shock. His eyes were filled with tears. His son did not let him down. Chapter 2764. Shen Qingming was extremely shocked. Everyone in the Linhe boundary knew that the Luofeng Valley was a place of death. Those who had entered it had never come out. However, many people saw Jiang Chen and the three supreme elders falling into the Luofeng Valley. What was the result? Jiang Chen rose to the sky once again, looking down on the world. Li Kuangying, Dan Guifeng and the others looked at each other. Fear filled their minds. Jiang Chen, is it really him? Isn't he dead? Why is he here again? Did he come out from the Luofeng Valley? This was a shocking secret. Who would believe it? No, he's definitely not Jiang Chen. He's definitely not. Everyone stared at his back, and they couldn't help but feel scared. If Jiang Chen really showed up, wouldn't that mean all of them were going to die here? Did Jiang Chen really break the shackles and curse of the Luofeng Valley and come back to the world? That was a place that even Divine Emperor Realm experts were afraid of. No one knew if any Emperor Realm experts had entered that place before. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, such an existence would be feared by everyone. Their appearance would not be known at all. Isn't Jiang Chen dead? Are you serious? Didn't Jiang Chen fall into the Luofeng Valley? Then who is this person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Li Kuangying roared furiously. Everyone was scared stiff by Jiang Chen's roar, not daring to move at all. There were more than 20 Divine King Realm experts and 6 Mid-Divine King Realm experts on the scene, but they were stunned by a half-step Divine King. It was unbelievable. How could a half-step Divine King have such an imposing aura? Looks like you guys don't think that you've done anything wrong. Clear Stream Sect is just an example. But you guys are so stubborn. You even tried to attack my father when I'm not around. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. Jiang Chen's voice was very calm, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, and their expressions changed dramatically. Even if Jiang Chen didn't do anything at this moment, they were still on guard, afraid that Jiang Chen would use a killing move and kill them. Jiang Chen, are you really Jiang Chen? How did you get out of Luofeng Gorge? I saw you fall into Luofeng Gorge with my own eyes. Where are the 3 great elders? Dan Guifeng gritted his teeth and said, unwilling to admit this fact. Jiang Chen glanced at the Fire Qilin and said in a low voice, thank you for your hard work. The Fire Qilin growled and shook its head. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the Fire Qilin. At this moment, he was really heartbroken. These bastards almost sent the Fire Qilin to the Avicii hell. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. The 3 stinky cobblers are already dead. But you guys are still stubborn? Today, all those who participated in this matter will be annihilated. I want the Linhe boundary to be filled with blood. I want you guys to know who's the real ruler. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. Everyone instinctively took a step back, as if they wanted to get away from Jiang Chen's sight. However, none of the 20 Divine King Realm experts dared to confront Jiang Chen at this moment, even though they were much stronger than Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's mightiness. They were afraid, too afraid. He destroyed the Clear Stream Sect, killed dozens of Divine King Realm experts and 3 half-step hierarchs. Was this something a half-step Divine King could do? No one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, these were undeniable facts and their deepest experience. Jiang Chen, we didn't mean to offend you. Can we just let this matter go? Our Ghost Eye sect will definitely respect you in the future. Li Kuangying, who was a mid-Divine King, had already lost his sharpness. At this moment, he actually lowered his head. No one had expected this, but it was also an undeniable fact. In front of absolute strength, they had no chance to resist. How could they fight against Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was not dead yet. The three supreme elders had already become history. Jiang Chen's mightiness was needless to say. The Luo Feng Valley had made them thoroughly understand just what kind of freak Jiang Chen was. Yes, we are willing to respect Master Jiang and have no intention of rebelling. Dan Guifeng also said with a smile, his face full of flattery. Oh really? Now you want to negotiate with me? When you wanted to destroy my profound Feng sect, why didn't I see you being so humble? What qualifications do you have? Why should I let you respect me? Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Jiang Chen couldn't stop laughing madly. The third time he asked made them hold their breaths. Was this guy going to start a massacre again? Jiang Chen, don't hurt yourself. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of you? Li Kuangying bit the bullet and said. He had always been afraid of Jiang Chen. Even their supreme elder, Li Zhiyan, had disappeared. How could Jiang Chen fight against a half-step hierarch? He still had this bit of self-awareness. It's all too late now. Today, I will make Jiang Chen's name the nightmare of the entire Linhe boundary. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Whoever blocks my path must die. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was raised. The sword chi swept across 800 zhang, causing the sky to lose its color. Let's attack together. It's no big deal if we die. We must not let this guy continue to dominate the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, when will we have the chance to stand out? Dan Guifeng was the first to fight against Jiang Chen. Everyone knew that if they did not take action now, they would not be in a good situation. Jiang Chen's murderous intent had made them tremble. Jiang Chen raised his sword and the 3,000 lightning strikes. More than 20 Divine King Realm experts were killed on the spot. Profound Feng sect was filled with deafening cheers as they welcomed Jiang Chen's return. At this moment, Jiang Chen was fully deserving of his title. After this trip to the Luo Feng Valley, he had once again become the idol of Profound Feng sect. In just one day, the 17 great sects were annihilated. Jiang Chen had killed millions of people with a single sword. It was destined to be a crazy massacre. Jiang Chen was not an executioner. He did not kill innocent people. He did not kill anyone below the heavenly god realm. However, those so-called super great sects had killed all their elders, sect leaders and geniuses. Their sect's foundation was destroyed and millions of people were forced to live in misery. Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Linhe boundary in just one day. No one dared to go against him. Who dares to stop me? Chapter 2765. Within 10 days, led by the Heavenly Star sect, there were more than 100 sects in the entire Linhe boundary that brought countless treasures to congratulate Jiang Chen. The Profound Feng sect became the pinnacle of the entire Linhe boundary in an instant. Countless elders and sect lords gathered here. Xian Qingming was extremely busy. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's prestige had spread across the entire Linhe boundary. No one did not know about him. He had become the #1 expert in the Linhe boundary. No one dared to go against him. Needless to say, Jiang Chen's return had completely disrupted the order of the Linhe boundary. At the same time, the order of the Linhe boundary had also been rearranged. Among the 10 great sects, only Heavenly Star sect did not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. After all, they were brother sects and had a lot of connections. However, even the people from Heavenly Star sect had to listen to Xian Qingming. Profound Feng sect was pushed to the heart of the struggle. It was not good, but it was not bad either. If Profound Feng sect wanted to rise, they needed strength and opportunity. Now that Jiang Chen was guarding Profound Feng sect, who would dare to make a ruckus? No one doubted Jiang Chen's strength. Being able to come out from Luo Feng Valley proved everything. Most importantly, there was no news from the 3 half-step hierarch realm supreme elders. Needless to say, Jiang Chen was still alive and they must have died. At this time, Jiang Chen had become the ruler of the Linhe boundary. Therefore, hundreds of sects in the Linhe boundary came from afar to congratulate Jiang Chen and the Profound Feng sect. In less than 100 years, the Profound Feng sect would definitely become the leader of the Linhe boundary. Even the Heavenly Star sect might not be able to achieve such glory. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Xian Qingming welcomed the guests from all directions with a humble and courteous attitude, making those sects extremely happy. It seemed like the sect lord of Profound Feng sect was not an arrogant person. As long as they could build a good relationship with Profound Feng sect, they would not suffer any losses in Linhe boundary in the future. From their point of view, although Profound Feng sect was weak now, it would definitely rise in the near future. The current Profound Feng sect's foundation was still shallow. Everyone knew that the people who came to congratulate Profound Feng sect were all holding precious treasures and treasures. Although the icing on the cake might not be a good thing, they would not go against those who were smiling at them. Since Jiang Chen was in seclusion, Xian Qingming took over. In fact, none of them said that they were looking for Jiang Chen, they were just complimenting him. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't someone they could meet just because they wanted to. Moreover, everyone had a tacit understanding that befriending Xian Qingming was naturally related to Jiang Chen. Everyone was smart. Jiang Chen did not want to be the ruler of the Linhe boundary, but no one could take it away from him. Profound Feng sect and Xian Qingming would be Jiang Chen's biggest helper in the future. Even though Jiang Chen had eliminated more than 10 sects, the Linhe boundary was a huge place with hundreds of sections. The population was still flourishing, and it did not affect the balance of the Linhe boundary. Countless of Profound Feng sect's disciples' faces were filled with radiance. Those disciples from other sects were envious when they saw the disciples of Profound Feng sect. In the past, Profound Feng sect was just a small sect. But now, it had the demeanor of a great sect. Countless people had sent gifts to welcome them. This was Profound Feng sect's biggest event ever since the establishment of the sect. Moreover, Profound Feng sect was the leader of this event. Everyone's face was glowing. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. A peerless genius has appeared. Us old fellows are proud. That's right. Jiang Chen's appearance has brought us great fortune. It's our Linhe boundary's fortune. Isn't it because of Sect Lord Xian's guidance? Jiang Chen's rise was inextricably linked to Sect Head Xian. Ha ha ha. That's right. Come, Sect Lord Xian. Linhe boundary. We will definitely follow your example and strive to have another monstrous genius in the Linhe boundary after 100 years. Sect Lord Xian is wise and powerful. Brother Jiang Chen is peerless. Profound Feng sect will definitely become the leader of our Linhe boundary in the future. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. Ha! Countless sect elders and sect lords were complimenting Profound Feng sect without holding back. Even Jiang Zhenhai, who was observing, secretly felt proud in his heart. After all of this was because of his son, who was able to stand above all the other sections. Even though he couldn't see them, he could feel the huge crowd in the Profound Feng sect. The drums were beating in unison, making people excited. Brother Zhen, you've really given birth to a good son. Lin Ruyue held Jiang Zhenhai's hand tightly and said with a smile. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face was extremely pure, like a child who got his favorite toy. It was a smile that Lin Ruyue had never seen before. Jiang Chen should be the one to raise his son. After all, Jiang Chen was the center of attention. Who in Linhe boundary did not know about him? After all, Jiang Chen was still cultivating on a mountain ridge in Profound Feng sect. This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, the effect should be the best if I let my father consume it directly. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to withstand the medicinal effect. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will definitely help him in his cultivation in the future. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time if he wants to absorb all of its energy. Jiang Chen thought for a while and murmured. At this moment, the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body had reached its peak after a few battles. In addition to the divine origin essence that he had absorbed from Luo Binci, Jiang Chen already had a sign of breaking through when he was in Luo Feng Valley. However, he was worried about his father, so he rushed back to Profound Feng sect. If he was one step late, the fire Qilin would have died. His father would be in danger, and Profound Feng sect would no longer exist. Let's break through first. Jiang Chen had been stuck in the half-step Divine King realm for quite some time. Especially after going through a few life and death battles, Jiang Chen had already accumulated enough divine origin qi. His soul realm had already reached the hierarch realm. All of his breakthroughs were already completed. In addition to refining the divine origin essence, Jiang Chen could only proceed step by step. Even so, 1% of the divine origin essence was enough for Jiang Chen to break through. Chapter 2766. The divine origin qi continued to flow and gathered around Jiang Chen's body. A dense mist was formed. It was the myriad qi. The changes that the myriad qi brought to Jiang Chen's body were out of his expectation. Looking at his dantian, it was crystal clear and flawless like a newborn. He had never dreamt that his body would be so transparent. Many golden dragon patterns covered Xiao Chen's body, densely packed like they were made of gold, sparkling and translucent, flawless and flawless. The dragon transformation art continued to circulate. The spirit and blood in his body had reached their peak. Dragon marks were appearing all over his body. However, Jiang Chen still could not feel the threshold of the Divine King realm. 3,470,000 dragon marks. He initially thought that he could reach the Divine King realm after breaking through 3,400,000 dragon marks. However, it seemed like it was still not enough. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and the divine origin essence continued to flow into his body. The dragon marks continued to grow. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. Each dragon mark was growing crazily. It was like a wound on his body. To Jiang Chen, it was a great pressure and pain. The golden dragon marks gathered. Jiang Chen inspected his body. The divine origin essence in his dantian was the size of a fist, emitting a blazing light. Day after day, 3 months had passed. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 3,500,000. However, it did not stop there. The divine origin essence had given Jiang Chen an indescribable amount of yuan qi essence. 3 months had passed. Spring had returned. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased to 3,990,000. Jiang Chen could finally feel the threshold of the Divine King realm. This time, he would not let his guard down. After the number of dragon marks skyrocketed, Jiang Chen's body also underwent a tremendous change. However, he didn't know that with the birth of nearly 4 million dragon marks, his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Rumble. Thunder rumbled above profound Feng sect. The peak of the mountain was filled with thunder and lightning, shaking the entire sect. There's no need to panic. Focus on your cultivation. Your senior brother Jiang Chen is about to make a breakthrough. Do not approach him. Shen Qingming's voice reverberated in the sky. All the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. So it's senior brother Jiang Chen breaking through. All of them were in high spirits. Senior brother Jiang Chen was so powerful and he's still improving himself. What qualifications do they have to stop cultivating? Is he finally going to break through? Shen Qingming murmured with a hint of worry. The Clear Stream sect can't do anything to you. The Linhe boundary can't restrict you. You can even come and go as you please in the Luofeng Valley. The 9 heavens lightning should not be too hard for you, right? Shen Qingming said faintly. Although there were not many people who could break through under the heavenly lightning, especially the Divine King realm, there might not even be one Divine King realm expert in the Linhe boundary every 1,000 years. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, after Jiang Chen killed so many Divine King realm experts, the great sects in the Linhe boundary were almost wiped out. A Divine King realm expert was the foundation of their sect. Jiang Chen's expression was the same as usual. He raised his head and looked at the lightning in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Come, I want to see exactly how powerful you are. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice, looking at the heavenly lightning above the 9 heavens. He was full of vigor. Everyone was extremely careful when facing the heavenly lightning as they were afraid of being struck to death by the heavenly lightning. If they were not careful, they would fail their breakthrough. That would be a matter of life and death. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly lightning at all. In fact, he treated each heavenly lightning as a deadly attack. Only after going through the baptism of the heavenly lightning could he be considered to have entered the true tribulation, transforming into a dragon. Rumble! When the fiery red heavenly lightning appeared, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this heavenly lightning before. However, it was extremely terrifying, causing him to frown his brows. Be careful, Jiang Chen. This is a fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. This lightning is extraordinary. The chi of fire is comparable to your 5 elemental true fire. Most importantly, it can attack with lightning. With a fusion of fire and lightning, even a peak divine king might not be able to survive the lightning tribulation unscathed. The fire Qilin said. In my inherited memories, my ancestors have passed through this heavenly lightning. There were 3 of them. However, none of them managed to pass through the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning. You must be careful. The fire Qilin warned again. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He was not an arrogant person. Especially when facing the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning. Even he felt a sense of danger. When the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning was born, the heavenly tribulation rose. When the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning fused together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I would like to see if you can strike me to death, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. He sneered as he stared at the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning fearlessly. Roar! The fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning was incomparably violent. The terrifying fire and lightning fused together like an immemorial void dragon. The fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning crashed down. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the power of the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning. His face turned pale in shock. Come on! Jiang Chen roared as his eyes shone. At this moment, even with the toughness of his body, he could feel the fiery lightning spreading all over his body. The fusion of fire and lightning was indeed terrifying. His entire body was numb and burning. It was extremely painful. But even so, it was not enough for him to lower his head. 8 fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning descended from the sky. Jiang Chen was baptized by the 8 lightning bolts. To be exact, it should be a crazy bombardment. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely weak. The 8 fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning had put Jiang Chen in a difficult situation. However, there was still the last Heavenly Lightning, which was the most terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the previous 8. The terrifying fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning had already reached its limit. The 9th Heavenly Lightning could destroy the world. Even a peak divine king might not be able to withstand it. I don't want to be struck to death by you. Since it's like this, let's see who wins. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. The fire Qilin had never expected that Jiang Chen would not be able to defend himself against the most terrifying Heavenly Lightning. I will devour you. Chapter 2767. The fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning did not explode but was swallowed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used the source of the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning to entangle the fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning. The 2 sources of lightning suppressed the fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning together, showing how terrifying the fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning was. Jiang Chen circulated his dantian. He knew that it was dangerous but he didn't want to let go of this heavenly lightning. He wanted the 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning and the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning to suppress it. It would become his trump card in the future. Although it was just a lightning without a source, the fire cloud tyrant Heavenly Lightning was rare and powerful. Suppress it! Jiang Chen used the myriad chi cauldron to suppress the 3 lightning bolts. At that moment, the fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning gradually calmed down. Jiang Chen knew that this fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning could only be used once. It was not easy to fuse heavenly lightning together. The fire cloud tyrant Sky Lightning was extraordinary. Jiang Chen stood up and changed into a set of clean clothes. He had finally broken through to the Divine King realm. It's a pity that it's just a heavenly lightning without a source. Every time I make a breakthrough, I'll have to waste a heavenly lightning. 2 heavenly lightnings can only make people below the hierarch realm retreat. If I could get another heavenly lightning's lightning origin and merge 3 heavenly lightnings, even a hierarch realm expert would be shocked. Jiang Chen murmured. The dragon transformation skill operated automatically. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body surged once again. It only calmed down after reaching 3 million dragon marks. His 9 dragons and 10 elephant strength had increased once again. The next breakthrough would require at least 200,000 to 300,000 dragon marks. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Every movement he made seemed like it was made by nature itself. Moreover, he was extremely sensitive to the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. His 6 ears could hear everything from thousands of miles away as if he was right in front of him. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a rain of swords, shooting toward the vast land. Everything was locked in a stalemate. His aura was completely restrained. If he moved, thunder would rumble within 5 kilometers, and wind and rain would blow within 100 kilometers. Is this the presence of a divine king? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could move mountains and rivers. With a thought, he could travel 1,000 miles. The God King realm was a huge leap. Reaching the God King realm, if there were no life or death battles, one could enjoy eternal life. A Divine King realm expert could be considered as an expert even in a county. Even in the northern cold Divine region, a Divine King realm expert was qualified to travel far. This level of strength was nothing in the central region Divine Land, but in the Feng County and other regions, a Divine King realm expert could be considered as an expert. A Divine King realm expert could enjoy eternal life. But which Divine King realm expert would be willing to be ordinary? Only by overdrawing one's potential would one reach the end of their lifespan in advance. Only by fighting to the death could one comprehend the mysteries of heaven and constantly improve. Therefore, the immortality of a Divine King was only a general concept. Everyone had the attitude of an expert, but an ordinary Divine King like you was hard to find in this world. This was also the reason why, in the domain, most of the truly powerful and talented Divine Kings had already embarked on a long journey. However, in the past 10,000 years, very few of them had returned to their homeland. A general died in 100 battles. A warrior did not return for 10 years. Experts naturally had a stage that belonged to them. Turning back would mean retreating. Moving forward would mean death. Emperor realm experts, it was the dream of countless people. However, there were only a few who could reach the Emperor realm. More importantly, without experiencing hundreds of battles, who could understand the secret of the Emperor realm? Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous and the divine origin qi in his body was surging. He was like an ancient giant beast that was trying to break free from its shackles. Jiang Chen could feel that kind of explosive power, how terrifying it was. After stepping into the Divine King realm, Jiang Chen finally understood the difference between the Divine King realm and the Heavenly God realm. Even a half-step Divine King would not have such an experience. A Divine King realm expert could already communicate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They could cultivate invisibly. Jiang Chen did not even need to circulate the dragon transformation skill while cultivating. The transformation of the Divine King realm was the real transformation. A heavenly god was not considered as an expert in the divine world, but their strength was not ordinary. They could become the lord of a small city. However, the Divine King realm was different. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, one's vision would be broadened, and one would have the heart to pursue the strong. This was the most important thing. The Divine King realm would attract attention no matter where it was. The Divine King realm had already opened a real path to become an emperor. Without entering the Divine King realm, how could one obtain the heart of a great emperor? Only those who had reached the Divine King realm would have a glimmer of hope to become a great emperor. However, that glimmer of hope was extremely slim. Below the great emperor realm, there was still the hierarch realm. It was not easy to reach the hierarch realm. Some divine kings were unable to break through the shackles of the hierarch realm in their lifetime. Even the peerless monstrous geniuses among the divine emperors had a slim chance of becoming a great emperor. More importantly, after entering the Divine King realm, breaking through would not only require the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also the steady improvement of the soul and the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If the divine Son of the Nine Heavens did not have the ability to comprehend, it would be hard for him to achieve great things. If he had the ability to comprehend, so what? It was enough to show that it was harder to break through after the Divine King realm. The word comprehension had blocked millions of experts from entering the Emperor realm. Jiang Chen knew that it was not easy to reach the Emperor realm. However, he was more confident in himself. He was a weak void god when he first entered the divine world. Now he had some achievements. Although he was not a great figure, it would not take long for Jiang Chen to travel all over the Lone Dragon County. The growth of the profound Feng sect was inevitable. Jiang Chen did not say anything. However, everyone knew that he was the biggest support of the profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen agreed tacitly because he was going to travel far from here. His father needed a quiet place to cultivate, and the profound Feng sect was the best place for him to do so. Jiang Chen channeled the boundless energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into Jiang Zhenhai's body. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart did not disappoint Jiang Zhenhai's expectation. It had completely healed all of Jiang Zhenhai's injuries. His limbs and eyes were all healed. Moreover, his strength had broken through to the mid-heavenly god realm. This was something that Jiang Chen had never expected. Haha! This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is really powerful. You are still unable to fully absorb the boundless energy within it. Once you've fully absorbed it, your strength will rise to the next level. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. Chapter 2768. But now it was different. Zhang Zhenhai was no longer alone. He had Lin Ruyue. The two of them were hugging each other tightly. Jiang Chen felt extremely happy when he saw his father's current state of mind. I'm not alone anymore. I'll protect you, Xiaoyu. Zhang Zhenhai said with a serious face. Relying on his own son was an external force after all. Lin Ruyue could be said to have awakened Zhang Zhenhai's second spring. Right now, Zhang Zhenhai was extremely focused on training. If he didn't have enough strength, how could he protect the woman he loved? Lin Ruyue was also extremely happy. She snuggled in Zhang Zhenhai's arms. Seeing that he was safe and sound, her heart was completely at ease. In front of the bed, Jiang Chen was holding his father's hand. The two of them held each other tightly. Their relationship was deeper than the sea. Father, you've recovered. I should go now. Aunt Lin, please take care of my father in the future. Jiang Chen said. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Zhenhai really wanted to get closer to his son, but he knew that Jiang Chen was not the kind of man who would let his emotions get the better of him. A real man's ambition was to travel far and wide. His dream, his sky, was much bigger than he could ever imagine. Yes, I'll leave today, Jiang Chen said. Xian Qingming also arrived at this moment. Jiang Chen, are you really leaving? Xian Qingming said reluctantly. The profound Feng sect was still developing and the Linhe Boundaries Foundation was not stable yet. Now that Jiang Chen was leaving, the sect's development would definitely be restricted. However, Xian Qingming would not ask Jiang Chen to stay. Everything was brought to him by Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen's guidance, he would not have reached the peak late heavenly god realm. Now, Jiang Chen had become the pillar of the profound Feng sect. I will set up a new formation before I leave. At that time, even a hierarch realm expert will be helpless. As long as you guys stay in seclusion and cultivate, no one will come to profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen said confidently. His promise was the most genuine protection for Xian Qingming. I won't say much. With Brother Zhang's strength, it's more than enough for him to be the great elder of profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect will be his home in the future. Xian Qingming said. This was his promise to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen set up another formation in profound Feng sect. This time, his strength had increased by a lot. The formation he set up was even more terrifying, especially the defensive formation. Compared to the offensive formation, the defensive formation was much easier to set up. After Jiang Chen set up the formation, even he himself was shocked. It was more than enough to stop a hierarch realm expert. Even if the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries came to break the formation, he would probably be defeated as well. Alright, Jiang Chen. Hundreds of sects have offered a lot of treasures. Just tell me what you want. Many of them are very high grade. We can't use them. Xian Qingming said. Treasures? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, I can take a look. 1,000 years knotweed, 1,000 years ginseng, 10,000 years ancient vine heart, essence of cordyceps, and many more. Xian Qingming looked at the gift book in his hand as if he was counting his family treasures. 10,000 years ancient vine heart? Jiang Chen was moved. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was used by his father. Now, he really wanted a scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, how could it be so easy to get one? If this 10,000 years ancient vine heart could replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then there might be hope to concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Let me see. Jiang Chen said. Xian Qingming took out the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on it. This 10,000 years ancient vine heart was indeed full of vitality. Although it could not be compared to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it was still a true treasure. It should be able to replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Now, the heaven-seizing fortune pill was only left with the heavenly serpent's gallbladder and the one eye of energy spring. Out of the 5 ingredients, he had obtained 3 of them. Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer. If he could successfully concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Alright, I'll take this 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen only took the 10,000 year ancient vine heart because he knew that the profound Feng sect needed these things very much more than he needed them. These things might only be used to concoct pills, but to the profound Feng sect, these treasures could bring the sect to the next level and become a true great sect. It was definitely a big step forward for them. Just this 10,000 years ancient vine heart? Facing so many treasures, even Xian Qingming could not sit still. However, these were obtained by Jiang Chen after he risked his life for them. Without him, why would the 100 great sects give these to profound Feng sect? But Xian Qingming did not expect that Jiang Chen did not want anything else other than the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Xian Qingming was shocked and instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention. Jiang Chen wanted to make full use of these treasures and make the profound Feng sect stronger. This was the most important thing for Xian Qingming. How about this? I'll leave 3 days later and concoct these medicinal herbs into pills. It should be able to increase the strength of many disciples. Jiang Chen's words made Xian Qingming shed tears of gratitude. Jiang Chen was a divine king. When he was still in profound Feng sect, his skill in concocting pills was praised by everyone. Even Xian Qingming could not catch up to him. The pills concocted by Jiang Chen were definitely good stuff. 3 days later, Jiang Chen had concocted more than 10,000 pills for profound Feng sect. Although he had exhausted a lot of energy, he was still very happy. These pills might not be supreme grade immortal pills, but they would definitely help profound Feng sect to rise to the next level. Yang Jian and Man Shui stared at Jiang Chen silently. The two of them were disciples of profound Feng sect who rose up at the same time as Jiang Chen. But now, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Cultivate well. I don't want you two to be defeated by me. When I return to profound Feng sect, I hope to see you two change. Jiang Chen said with a smile and patted their shoulders. At this moment, Yang Jian and Man Shui had already reached the doorstep of the heavenly god realm. However, they were nothing compared to Jiang Chen. They could not be compared at all. A feeling of inferiority arose in their hearts. Chapter 2769. The eastern ancient mountain range stretched on for thousands of miles. It was a dense ancient forest that was rarely visited. It was only 200,000 miles away from the Qilian region's Lingju city. This was the largest mountain range around the Lingju city. It stretched on for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless demonic beasts that were below the divine king realm. There were even hierarch realm demonic beasts. The eastern ancient mountain range was the only way to enter the Qilian boundaries Lingju city. Jiang Chen wanted to take a shortcut to return to the Lingju city. Jiang Chen would be able to handle it as long as he didn't meet any hierarch realm demonic beasts. The Battle of the Nine Boundaries and the Battle of Tongxian Mansion were not far away. Time would not change the realm of the experts above the divine king realm. Sometimes, it was not rare for talented experts to go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The divine world was never lacking in experts. You would never know how many supreme experts were around you. The eastern ancient mountain range was terrifying and many people did not dare to take the risk. Even the Lingju city was far away from here. God knows how many people had lost their lives in the eastern ancient mountain range, becoming the dust of history and the soil of the mountains. Even the Tianqi mountain range paled in comparison to this place. Hee. I've really opened my eyes. I didn't think that I would be able to meet such a beautiful girl in this god-forsaken place. This is really good fortune, a great fortune. A black-robed old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks said with a smile. His eyes were filled with lust as he stared unblinkingly at the beautiful girl not far away. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He had been in the eastern ancient mountain range for many years. Just like the aborigines of the eastern ancient mountain range, he was familiar with the hinterland of the mountains, forests and swamps. Old man, we found this together. I don't want to eat your leftovers. Beside the old man was a chubby young man. His appearance was abnormally ferocious, so much so that it would cause one's heart to tremble with fear. He was even worse than a ghost. He was so ugly that one would feel nauseous just by looking at him. Although he looked like a teenager, it was hard to guess how old he really was and how strong his cultivation was. Damn fatty. Don't tell me I can enjoy it alone? Kaka, we've been brothers for so many years. Am I that kind of person? The black-robed old man looked at Fatty ambiguously. That's more like it. I like crowds, he. Fatty looked at the black-robed old man with a beaming smile on his face. It's still two tender chicks, a boy and a girl. I'll eat the boy, and I'll eat the girl when I'm tired of playing with her. The black-clad old man was like a bolt of lightning as he flew through the forest, disappearing in a flash. Senior brother, this time, we've completely lost contact with the great elder and the others. What should we do now? The girl said in a sweet voice. Her stunning appearance could make one drool. She looked at the white-robed young man with a silver spear. Her eyes were filled with admiration and adoration. In fact, she was very happy at this moment. She just didn't know when she would be able to walk out of this dense forest and reunite with the great elder and the others. The white-robed young man frowned as his heart was in turmoil. After all, when they entered the eastern ancient mountain range, the great elder had specially instructed them not to be separated from the others. However, in the end, they were separated from Hai Huasi in that strange fog forest. They hadn't received any news from them for more than 10 days. If this continued, they didn't know when they would be able to leave this place. Even if they flew up to the sky, they would still be surrounded by fog. It was like a maze that extended in all directions. Even if they went in one direction, they still wouldn't be able to get out of this place. I don't know either. This place is indeed very strange. The great elder and the others couldn't find their sect. Now, only you and I are together. For now, we can't be separated anymore. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to move forward. We can only take one step at a time. The white-robed young man was also holding the young girl's hand tightly, fearing that she might be in danger. The young girl's face was filled with happiness. Although she was nervous as this was her first time leaving the sect, she was exceptionally happy. This was the world that she wanted to be with just the two of them. This is the happiest moment of my life. The young girl tightened her white and flawless jade-like hands. She lowered her head and lightly bit her red lips. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, Big Brother Ping will support it for you. The white-robed young man's eyes were like arrows as he smiled. The young girl nodded silently as a warm feeling spread from her heart. Gagaga, they are really a celestial couple. How enviable, jealous, and hateful. The black-robed old man said with a strange smile. The white-robed young man held his spear with a gloomy expression as he pointed the spear towards the sky. Trying to act mysterious? Who is it? Get the hell out here. The white-robed young man roared. Little doll, what a hot temper you have. I wonder how capable you are. The black-robed old man smiled as he crossed his arms in front of his chest with a confident expression. Old monster, don't block my way. Otherwise, the spear in my hand will kill you. The white-robed young man said coldly as he pointed his spear at the black-robed old man. TSK, TSK, TSK. How hot-tempered. This is my territory. Don't you think I should come out and collect some protection fees? Hehe. This is your territory. Does that mean that you know how to get out of here? The white-robed young man looked at the black-robed old man in shock. Say it. What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will not go back on my words. As long as you can bring us out of here. Really? The black-robed old man said. Cut the crap. Luo Ping never joke. Luo Ping frowned and said impatiently. Then it's easy. As long as you keep this little girl by my side. Hee, I'll let you go. How about it? Old fart. Looks like you're courting death. Luo Ping protected the girl behind him. His eyes were sharp as a powerful aura burst out from his body. He was ready to fight the old man to the death. Sigh. Young man, you're so hot-tempered. I've already said that this is a fair trade. Why are you angry? Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a life for a life? I like this little girl a lot. The black-robed old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the girl. Senior brother. This guy is annoying. Luo Ninger pouted her lips, looking cute and innocent. The black-clothed old man's heart was itching with impatience. This little girl, I'm definitely going to have her, hee. Old thief, how dare you speak such arrogant words? See if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Luo Ping shouted angrily. His spear shone brightly and dashed towards the old man. His aura was like a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. Haha, it's good that you've come. I've been itching for a fight during this period of time. In this part of the eastern ancient mountain range, there aren't many people who dare to fight with me. For the sake of this lass, I'm going all out. The black-robed old man said with a hideous smile. He coveted Luo Ninger, causing Luo Ping to be furious. This old fart is really despicable. If I can capture him, I'll be able to get out of this misty forest. Old fart. Today Luo Ping will fight you to death. Chapter 2770. In an instant, Luo Ping and the black-clothed old man exchanged more than 10 moves. Their terrifying aura shattered the surrounding rocks and ancient trees, leveling the ground. The black-clothed old man retreated as he fought. Luo Ping's spear radiance was powerful, but it could not hurt the black-clothed old man. The two of them fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. However, the black-clothed old man was always able to find the right opportunity to attack Luo Ping, causing Luo Ping to be overwhelmed. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation, with no one gaining too much of an advantage. Luo Ho Spear. Zhan Yuan Liang. Luo Ping held his silver spear and struck like a dragon. Starlight shredded the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The scene was extremely chaotic. Interesting, so it's the Luo Ho Spear of Qianhua Boundary's #1 sect. Hehe. The black-clothed old man sneered. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He seemed to be extremely angry and fearful of the Luo Ho Spear. Good that you know. Old fart, surrender now. Humph. Luo Ping's eyes gleamed coldly. His spear technique was even better than before. The Luo Ho Spear was one of the most powerful techniques of the 100 Battles sect, and it was also Luo Ping's most powerful technique. His spear technique was known as the #1 spear god in the Qianhua Boundary in the past 1,000 years. Even when facing this unknown old man, Luo Ping did not show any signs of fear. Pity, your Luo Ho Spear is not good enough. Back then, Luo Yingxiong used the Luo Ho Spear to dominate Qianhua Boundary. I've experienced his prowess. Compared to him, you're still lacking. The black-clothed old man said in disdain. Obviously, he did not put Luo Ping in his eyes. You have a sharp tongue. Old fart, if I don't show you something, you won't know what I'm capable of. Luo Ping stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Spear shadows followed his figure, covering the void. Thousands of spear radiance pierced through the void. Senior brother, be careful. Luo Ninger said nervously. This old fart was getting more and more mysterious. She did not know where he came from. Both of them were in danger. They must not fall into his trap. Oh, your strength is not bad. Hee. No wonder you dare to be so unbridled. You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? You are still too inexperienced. Your little beauty is very fond of you. The black-clothed old man kept provoking Luo Ping with his words. Luo Ping was enraged and his attacks were restricted. His battle with the black-clothed old man became even more chaotic. On the contrary, the black-clothed old man was extremely stable. Even though the outcome of the battle was not decided yet, Luo Ninger could already see her senior brother Luo Ping's decline. Luo Ninger's anxiousness had explained everything. If Luo Ping continued to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the black-clothed old man was obviously an experienced old fox. Plus, they were in the enemy's territory. He had an overwhelming advantage. The black-clothed old man gradually gained the upper hand and started his counterattack against Luo Ping. Ghost Eagle Claw. A series of afterimages streaked across the sky. The black-clothed old man's palm turned into a claw and a gale swept across the sky. Luo Ping could only defend passively. He had completely lost his initial sharpness. Because he was restricted in front of the black-clothed old man, he could not unleash his full strength. On the contrary, the old man started to counterattack fiercely. Although Luo Ping was shocked, he did not panic. He tried his best to stabilize his body. However, he realized that the old man's attacks were completely different from before. The sharp claw made a creaking sound when it clashed with his silver spear. Even the mid-heavenly divine tool had scratch marks on it. Such a terrifying technique. This eastern ancient mountain range is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Luo Ping was extremely surprised. He had already reached the peak of early divine king, but he was still suppressed by this old man. With his talent and the terrifying battle experience of the greatest clan, he was not afraid of anyone at all. He could even stand against mid-divine kings. However, Luo Ping felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Luo Ping's expression changed drastically. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore, little fella. The black-robed old man snorted and launched another attack. Compared to before, His attacks were even stronger. Luo Ping was overwhelmed by the chaotic attacks. Even the 100 transformation godly spear lost its effectiveness at this moment. The black-robed old man's fierce attacks swept towards Luo Ping. Luo Ping did not have any chance to fight back. He was forced back by the 3 claws and spurted out blood. The area between his thumb and forefinger on the silver spear was torn apart. The white-clothed figure was covered in blood and his cold face was covered in sweat. At this moment, Luo Ping's shirt was completely torn apart and he looked quite miserable. The other claw had grabbed his shoulder blade. Luo Ping's left shoulder could no longer be lifted. "Damn old man, I'll kill you!" Luo Ninger roared in anger. She clenched her fist and charged towards the black-clothed old man. "No, Ninger," Luo Ping said. His heart trembled slightly. His own life was secondary. He could not allow Ning-er to be in danger. She was the woman he loved. "Hee, little girl. Your opponent is me." Suddenly, a chubby silhouette appeared in front of the black-clothed old man like a wall, blocking Luo Ninger's path. Luo Ninger's attack landed in front of the chubby young man, but she was instantly repelled. Her expression changed as she retreated, leaving deep footprints on the bluestone beneath her feet. Another expert, Luo Ping thought. His expression was extremely ugly. They would definitely die under the joint attack of these two fellas. The chubby young man was unstoppable. His defense was extremely shocking. Luo Ninger was repelled by his attack. This was enough to prove how strong the opponent was. "Old man, you're quite interesting to play with these two little fellas." I'm gritting my teeth. This fella looks nutritious. His muscles are definitely chewy. Hee. As for this little girl? Look at her, I can't help but drool. Looks like I'm quite lucky today. The chubby young man sneered as he looked at Luo Ping and Luo Ninger. What should we do now, senior brother? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Both of them might not be able to fight against the opponent. You leave first. Leave this to me. I can hold them back. Luo Ping said. This was the only way. As long as he could buy some time for Luo Ninger, they might be able to fight. It was almost impossible for them to escape. Want to leave? Ha, dream on. Do you really think that you have the ability to stop us? The chubby young man chuckled, looking at Luo Ping in disdain. How would I know if I don't try? Luo Ping said calmly. He was ready to die, to pave a path for Luo Ninger. No. Senior brother. I cannot leave you alone. Chapter 2771. There's no time, let's go, otherwise we'll both die. Luo Ping said while gritting his teeth. He could not bear to see Luo Ninger being tainted by these two. He would rather die. These two fellas were obviously lusting after Ninger's beauty. Even if I die, Ninger will die with you. Luo Ninger hugged Luo Ping's arm tightly. Her eyes were filled with determination. Why can't you understand? Say. Luo Ping smiled bitterly, but the two of them had no other way out. What a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. I love and hate them at the same time. But I have a special trait. I like to separate lovebirds. He. The black-robed old man said coldly. His eyes were filled with malice. Even if I, Luo Ping, die today, I'll drag you guys down with me. Luo Ping roared and charged forward. Luo Ninger did not want to be outdone. She will not leave. She will stay with Senior Luo Ping forever. Body of 100 battles. Explode. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with battle intent. This was the strongest technique of his battle sect and also the trump card that he had prepared for the great battle of the 9 boundaries. However, he had no choice but to use it in advance. Whether or not he could save his life depended on whether or not these two guys could defeat him. Luo Ping held the silver spear in his hand, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. His defense was already extremely strong, and he had trained his body in the #1 sect of the 100 battles sect. He had gone through hundreds of battles, and had trained his body to be as tough as steel. His strength lay in close combat. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks from the two of them, but he did not know how long he could last. Black Eagle, #1 sect of 100 battles, you're quite capable. Looks like we can't underestimate our opponents. Fatty said with a smile. I know, I fought with Battle Sect a few thousand years ago. How could I not know? I almost died in the hands of that bastard Luo Ingxiong. Black Eagle said while gritting his teeth, obviously still holding a grudge against Luo Ingxiong. Now that he had captured the people of Battle Sect, How could he be merciful? That's good. One of us will attack and the other will defend. Let's see how he deals with this. Fatty was confident. His defense was not weaker than Luo Ping's. The three of them instantly clashed, 1 against 2. Luo Ping's strength was not enough and he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. This was something no one had expected. Luo Ninger initially thought that her senior brother could at least last a few rounds, but Luo Ping could only defend and not retaliate. Senior brother. Ning-er will lend you a hand. Luo Ninger did not hesitate and quickly attacked the two of them. She also held a silver spear in her hand, but it was slightly weaker than Luo Ping's. Early Divine King was indeed strong, but it was a little lacking when facing Black Eagle and Luo Ninger. Even when Luo Ninger joined the battle, she could only defend against a part of Black Eagle's attacks. The two of them retreated step by step. The number 1 sect of 100 battles was invincible. The martial arts that they were proud of were useless in front of the two of them. Undeniably, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had tried their best. However, their opponents were too strong. They were mid-divine kings and old monsters that had lived for many years. They were weaker in terms of strength and experience. Plus, they were familiar with the battle sect. Knowing one's own strength and one's enemy was the key to victory. Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had fallen into a life-or-death situation under such a favorable situation. Run, Ning-er. I will stop them even if I have to die. Luo Ping roared in anger. However, he could not defend against Black Eagle's continuous claw attacks at all. Once the spear light was unleashed, it was instantly deflected by Black Eagle. Black Eagle's attacks were like thunder from the 9th heaven. Every move and every technique was perfect. Although Luo Ping had used the 100 battle body, it was still a drop in the bucket. Facing the two's attacks, he could not turn the situation around. I, Luo Ninger, am Brother Ping's woman when I'm alive. I will be Brother Ping's ghost when I die. I will never regret this in my life. Luo Ninger bit her lips and smiled bitterly. Luo Ping roared like thunder. His heart was filled with anger. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his beloved being captured. There was nothing he could do. I, Luo Ping, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Luo Ping attacked with all his might, not fearing death. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against Black Eagle and Fatty. Kid, even if you risk your life, you're still a worm, not a dragon. Ha! Black Eagle mocked Luo Ping. His smile was filled with arrogance. The two's continuous attacks finally caused great damage to Luo Ping. Pooh! Luo Ping spurted out a mouthful of blood. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. If we fight one-on-one, I'm afraid we won't even have a 50% chance of winning, Fatty said softly. However, the two of them had the upper hand in terms of experience, strength, timing and location. Luo Ping had no chance to turn the tables. Black Eagle nodded. Luo Ping was at the end of his rope. Luo Ninger was also forced to retreat. Her face was pale as she was not able to fight back. Overconfident fella, I will pee on your face today. Take a good look at yourself, hee hee. Fatty's smile suddenly changed. He squinted his eyes and stared at Luo Ping. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Luo Ping held his silver spear, gritted his teeth, looked at Luo Ninger and took a deep breath. Brother Ping, no. Luo Ninger's expression changed. She hugged Luo Ping tightly. Ha ha, interesting. Interesting, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty laughed. His eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Luo Ping smiled bitterly. Even if he died, he would not allow it. Killing is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. These two disgusting fellas. A sigh was heard. Fatty and Black Eagle's eyes turned cold. They suddenly turned around and saw a green-shirt young man carrying a long sword on his back, standing with his arms crossed, staring at them coldly. Kid, you're courting death? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and now you've met an arrogant fella. Looks like my meal tonight won't be bad. The two sneered, staring at the green-shirt young man in disdain. Jiang Chen? It's really you. Luo Ping stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. His pupils shrunk, a flame of passion was ignited in his heart. Luo Ping recalled the scene of Jiang Chen sweeping across the world in the Divine Tomb a long time ago. Although he had never interacted with that man, he was the one who opened the door to the Divine World. Otherwise, they would have become wandering ghosts in the Divine Tomb. Chapter 2772. At that moment, countless youths were filled with high spirits and admiration towards Jiang Chen. Countless women were subdued by that majestic and unparalleled figure. Fighting against the countless remnant souls in the divine tomb alone, that was truly peerless. However, at this moment, Luo Ping was still worried. Because Jiang Chen was able to become the center of attention in a special environment. But now, Jiang Chen's strength was even weaker than Luo Ping. It seemed like he had just broken through to the Divine King realm. After all, when he followed the elder to Linhe boundary to save Jiang Chen, he was still quite weak. Now, even if he had broken through to the Divine King realm, so what? The two guys in front of him were terrifying mid-Divine King realm existences. Moreover, they were in someone else's territory. That was the most troublesome part. Jiang Chen will always remember your kindness for saving my life. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded at Luo Ping. In the divine tomb, he did what he was supposed to do. As for how many people he had saved, Jiang Chen did not count it as it was just a simple task. However, he had received Luo Ping's kindness when he was in danger. Jiang Chen had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. Now that he had met Luo Ping, it was impossible for him to just stand by and do nothing. Black Eagle and Fatty looked angry. This Xiao Qingnian simply didn't put them in his eyes. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. I'm so envious. It's a pity that your good days are coming to an end. Black Eagle said angrily. Let me deal with these two beasts first. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, this is not an ordinary matter. I'm afraid you're not their match. You should leave as soon as possible. You gave me my life. I don't want to get you into trouble. Luo Ping shook his head and said while gritting his teeth. Don't worry. They're just two beasts. They're restless beasts. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might turn the world upside down. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. Black Eagle and Fatty were filled with anger. They looked at each other and revealed their killing intent. Then they rushed towards Jiang Chen. Brother Ping, who is he? Can he really save us? His strength is at most on par with mine. Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping and asked softly. Do you still remember the time I went to the Linhe boundary after I broke my relationship with the elders of the sect? Luo Ping said. Is that him? Luo Ninger was surprised. Not bad. He once held the heavenly lightning in his hand and controlled the universe, causing us, the geniuses and monstrous geniuses that stepped into the god realm from the immortal realm, to fear him like a tiger, to revere him like a god, and it was difficult for us to look up to him. He was also once in dire straits, struggling at death's door. No matter what, he will always be a legend in my heart, a legend that I will revere for the rest of my life. Luo Ping looked at Jiang Chen and murmured, every word coming from the bottom of his heart. Luo Ninger stared at Luo Ping in astonishment. One should know that Luo Ping was known as the most monstrous genius in Qianhua boundary for the past 10,000 years. He was even chosen by the sect lord to be his disciple. His talent was peerless and his cultivation was profound. However, in his eyes, Luo Ninger could clearly feel that he was looking at Jiang Chen with admiration, as if he was a god. That green-robed man, how strong is he? To be able to make a monstrous genius in the past 10,000 years look so highly upon him. But, I don't know if he can withstand their attacks. But since he's so confident, he shouldn't be too weak. Back then, his strength was not considered as outstanding, but he was able to make countless monstrous geniuses bow down to him. At this moment, Luo Ping was filled with doubt and worry for Jiang Chen. Could he really defeat these two fellas? Others might not be able to do it, but Jiang Chen might be able to do it. You really don't know your place. You're a retard. If I eat you, will I become retarded too? Fatty snorted at Jiang Chen and said in disdain. I don't know if you're retarded or not, but I don't think I can eat a fat pig like you. Jiang Chen shook his head. Sharp-tongued. I think you really think too highly of yourself. Make your move. This will be the last time you make your move in your life. Show me all your skills. I want to see what makes you so arrogant and conceited. You're just a brainless fella, humph. Black Eagle harumphed. You're not worthy for me to draw my sword. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. His words almost made Fat Cat and the Black Eagle's lungs explode. Was this guy trying to be arrogant? They've seen arrogant people before, but they've never seen such a weak and arrogant fella. Even if he doesn't die in their hands, he won't live long. He's looking down on us. Come on, Fatty. I won't eat this fella, it's all yours. Black Eagle said with a sigh, obviously mocking Jiang Chen. All right, little guy, I'll use you as a snack first. Fatty flew up, his huge figure pouncing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he looked at Fatty calmly. Jiang Chen threw a punch at Fatty's body, but Fatty completely ignored it. But in the next second, when he wanted to attack, he realized that Jiang Chen's punch had caused his body to tremble. The impact of the punch had caused his internal organs to suffer severe injuries. This fella is strange. Hurry up, Black Eagle. Fatty growled in a low voice. His face was slightly pale. If it wasn't for his amazing defense, if it was an ordinary person, that punch would have at least caused serious injuries. Black Eagle saw that Fatty's eyes were cold and solemn, so he didn't want to watch anymore. Both of them attacked quickly, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to fight back. But would Jiang Chen be afraid of them? He had just broken through to the Divine King realm. He could fight against a mid-Divine King with just his physical strength. Why would Jiang Chen be afraid of them? Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war, fighting against two enemies at the same time. He was barehanded, but his punches landed on Fatty and Black Eagle's face. On the contrary, when their attacks landed on Jiang Chen's body, it was like they were scratching an itch for Jiang Chen. What a terrifying physical strength! Luo Ping gasped. Jiang Chen was only an early Divine King, but his physical strength was countless times more terrifying than his. His punch was even more powerful than the 9 dragons and 10 elephants. Even the sect master might not have such a level of physical strength. But the sect master has already reached the late Divine King realm. Luo Ninger covered her mouth in shock. She looked like her foster father in disbelief. Jiang Chen, it's still Jiang Chen after all. Luo Ping's eyes were brimming with tears. Just how powerful was he to be able to take on 2 mid-Divine Kings head-on with just the strength of his body? How could he not be excited? Luo Ping was not weaker than anyone. He was strong and he believed that the road ahead would be tough. However, he knew that he would never be able to surpass Jiang Chen's majestic figure. However, Luo Ping was not discouraged. Jiang Chen was his idol. Even if he could not surpass Jiang Chen, his future would be limitless as long as he could follow in his footsteps. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.